dwarf cars to late models.
Something So Strong, the debut
offer
album from
just for
Crowded
spoilers,
House,
adjustable
one of the greatest
shock
debut
mounts,
albums
upgrades,
ever.
car setup
And that tune
services,
at number
and even
7
professional
this
tech
week on the
support for
BJ
your
Big
entire
40,
racing
based on the
season.
Billboard
Either
charts.
run CRS
Up next,
shocks,
the
or
fourth
you get
top
outran
10
by 'em.
and second
Call
top
us today,
5 hit on the U.S. pop chart for this band.
CRS1.
This one is a co-write with Miami Sound Machine member Kiki Garcia and Gloria Estefan. This one comes from the first album that Gloria was credited as a solo artist as Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. They are a click away from what would be their peak at number 5 next week. This week, they land at number 6. This is Rhythm's Gonna Get You, Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. Source for premium dirt over shocks. For dwarf cars, late models, and everything between. We also offer adjustable spoilers, adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You can run CRS shocks, or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS.
Later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch.
Here comes Jamie Burton.
Don't speak, even whisper. There's something happening, but don't be scared. I'm too smooth, you never see me coming. I'm never in a hurry, I'm just moving fast. I said, ow. Oh, yes, you know what?
It is night number 2 of the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Show. Tonight is going to be something special. We welcome you in on Race on Texas. Check all around the state of Texas, into Louisiana. Even now on Race on Texas, you get a little bit of drag racing from the Alamo City Motor Park. Of course, Speed Pass, the driving force with that. And remember, as you check in, you can get that, you purchase that subscription. Subscribe today. You put down Cotton Bowl Speedway as your home track, or Texana Raceway Park, Heart of Texas Speedway, the Rev, whichever one of those that you designate as your home track on Speed Pass. Part of that revenue is going to the racetrack. A very cool presentation, a very cool concept that Race on Texas has put together. What can we say about what we saw last week here at Cotton Bowl Speedway? The action was tremendous on the racetrack. We're expecting no less than that here tonight. Lots of cars in the pits. Thank you to Advanced Auto Parts for putting this phenomenal program together. We knew last year, coming off of the Summer Showdown series, we knew that this series here in 2021 was going to be even bigger. In a 2020 year that was rattled with COVID delays and everything that you faced, it was still a huge success. There is so much money on the line tonight as we get ready to go into night number 2. We're still doing this one more night. We're back on August the 7th, so we still have time. Right now, going in, the bonus money is totaled at $9,344. That is in the pot tonight, as of tonight, in bonus money. Great folks. Gunslinger Ammo, ACM Services, Randy's Wrecker, Scott Mitchell Welding, BBFmerch.com, Alverson Motorsports, CRS and Speed Secrets, Keller Williams Realty, Advanced Auto Parts, Race on Texas, all of these folks that are providing all of this bonus money for this massive Advanced Auto Parts Summer Showdown series. In this pre-race show, we will talk to Anthony Gordon coming up. Later on in the program, we're going to talk to Chris David. Of course, he is the driving force behind Race on Texas. We'll get some of the nuts and bolts, maybe some of the behind the scenes stuff of how all of this has come to pass with Speed Pass and everything that Race on Texas is doing, just evolving how motorsports is streamed in the state of Texas. All of that coming up. We take you right up to the green flag tonight, to opening ceremonies, as it is night number 2 right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Going to be fantastic. If you haven't purchased Speed Pass yet, you need to. $39.99, raceontexas.com. Become a part of Speed Pass. You get action from all over Texas. Like I said, Texas, Louisiana, drag racing stuff out of San Antonio. Good stuff coming up. In this program, as I mentioned, we'll talk to Anthony Gordon. He had a good week last week. We'll get some details from him. We'll talk about All In Designs, all of the great stuff that he is doing for local racing as well. That is coming up live from Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige, Texas. This is your pre-race show at the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series, night number 2. We're coming right back. One Chevy Buick out of Rockdale. Thanks to that great dealership. If you're looking for a brand new Chevrolet or Buick, all you have to do is make your way down to Rockdale. Don't hit those big cities. Don't go to Austin. Don't go to San Antonio. Don't go to Corpus Christi. Head on out to Rockdale. It is Alpha One Chevy Buick. They are our pre-race show sponsor. We're joined here on the set. Anthony Gordon is here with us. Anthony, thank you for taking the time, man.
Oh, thanks for the opportunity, Rodney. This is a whole different outlook looking out here watching them hot lap up from the booth. It's definitely a different view from being in the cockpit.
Absolutely. So your thoughts. Last week it was up and down, I guess we would say. So your thoughts on all that transpiring out of week number one. We come into week number two. You got bonus money on the line. This brings a lot of guys out of the woodwork and out of other tracks to come on out and be a part of this.
It's great. You know, I've seen a couple cars roll through the pits that we haven't seen lately. And the track was good last week. We had a tough heat race in the Sport Mod, and starting 16th, I never would have imagined we could have got the win like we did, so that was pretty awesome. And just a little bit of bad luck with the street stock, but that's racing. You know, you win some, you lose some, and we're here again to try again this Saturday.
Talk about this place. I mean, this is Cotton Bowl Speedway is its own distinct animal here. You've got Heart of Texas Speedway. You've got the quarter-mile high bank there. You've got South Texas. You've got I-37. This place is just massive. It is so wide. It's high banked. Talk about how great this place is to race.
Well, it's different. It's a lot of fun. You know, we've been coming here a couple times a year since you know, the track opened, and we won the Street Stock Championship a couple years ago. And the track's just it's a good, fun track. You know, service is pretty smooth. H and everyone that puts their time into this track, they really they bust their butt, and it's great for us on the track, everyone in the stands, and everyone watching on Speed Pass.
Yep, absolutely. So let's talk about you with All In Designs. I mean, obviously that's your business. You do so many different things. You help so many race teams, but not only that. I mean, you're the title sponsor there of the Factory Stock Power Rankings, which is just such a cool thing. You do a lot of great things. What is your charge, your drive that really makes you want to grow this sport in the state of Texas?
Well, I mean, for starters, the whole factory stock thing coming together, they're, I think, by far the most entertaining class to watch on Saturday nights. And there's a lot of great drivers, and it was one of those, we wanted to do something with the class that we weren't involved in. You know, a lot of favoritism and people talk, and we just didn't want that. And I'd say it's the factory stocks, they're the class to watch any given Saturday night. You know, Dalton Faulkner's here again, and he's going to be impressive to watch. And as far as the racing aspect of it, I mean, it's hard to not want to be involved with a hobby you love. And doing the embroidery, the screen printing, the vinyl wraps, everything with the racing and outside of it, commercial-wise, it makes it fun. It's always different. It's entertaining. You never know what you're going to put yourself into.
Yep, and that is All In Designs. I mean, just a great partner in Texas short track racing. Talk about so you've done them both. You've done dirt. You've done asphalt. As soon as we started talking, you asked about Houston. How important is it for race fans to? And it's something we'll talk about a little bit later on in this pre-race show. How is it important for race fans to just support racing? It doesn't matter what kind.
I mean, for instance, it's a great example. Alamo City Motorplex, they're actually a huge supporter that came on board to help me continue racing with everything we've been through. And that just goes to show you, it doesn't matter where you're at racing. I mean, a racer, a race fan, a supporter in there, they're going to support you no matter where you're at. And it's great that Race on Texas is starting to film over at Alamo City Motorplex. And it's I don't know how you describe it, because, I mean, you can talk to a fan here, you know, they'll be like, man, I used to watch you at Thunder Hill when you were growing up, or I watched you at San Antonio Speedway, and just, you know, like I was interested in how Houston went last weekend, and I think just we're a special breed. You know, there's not very many people like us, and it's definitely a disease, but it's one that's very enjoyable. Yeah,
absolutely. Lastly, let me ask you the special paint scheme. Alamo Hot Rod Parts, obviously we all know the connection there, just many, many years there. Just a great partner and friends for you. I mean, all the years there at Kyle, you know, that they did so much for us there as part of the management team there. Talk about those great folks and the sincere specialness of that paint scheme on the race car.
So Gordon Leland, he was definitely an example of a race fan through and through. He was involved with racing for 54 years, I believe, when he passed. And his love was drag racing. But he contributed to any type of racing, from go-karts to Top Fuel funny cars throughout his time. And he was definitely a special part of my racing the last 10 years. And I did the Buck Fever throwback design a couple years ago for him on the street stock, and we're doing it again on the limited. And there's no other way to honor the man than going with his driving force, and that was drag racing. And the funny car was the Buck Fever car was the design that he won with a national event when he was drag racing. So we wanted to go with that, and maybe it's kind of bringing us a little bit of luck now.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's hoping so, man. Good luck tonight. Give it heck. I know it's going to be a great night. Lots of intensity. You can definitely feel the intensity right now.
Yeah. Speaking of that, last week, me and Tommy kind of got together and coming to the finish, and it just goes to show you how racers really are. I mean, we talked it out and shook it off, and we're going to go out there and try to put on another good race for the fans tonight.
Yep. Looking forward to it. That is Anthony Gordon, All In Designs. Great race car driver right here. Even better person. So many great things that he does for the sport of short track racing here in Texas. Coming up, we will talk to Chris David from Race on Texas. He is with us here tonight. We'll talk to him about some of the inside stuff with Speed Pass and Race on Texas. That is coming up. This is your pre-race show on Race on Texas, a Facebook Live, presented by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale.
I don't know how y'all do that. I'm like,
Don't move, don't speak, even whisper. There's something happening, but don't be scared. I'm too smooth, you never see me coming. I'm never in a hurry, I'm just moving fast. I said, ow. Oh, yes, you know what the ow. I came to bang the bang.
Number 2 of the Advance Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series. Fantastic car to racing that we are about to embark in tonight. Last week was, like I said, if last week was any indication, be ready for some fireworks that we will see in Paige, Texas tonight. Our pre-race show presented by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale. They're the ones to go see when you need your brand new GM. Joined here in the palatial confines of Cotton Bowl Speedway. This is definitely very palatial. You probably recognize this guy. This is Chris David. I mean, and it goes back so far. Chris, I remember when you raced.
Yeah, race. I always tell people I couldn't drive a race car, but I could operate a video camera. So
yeah.
I kind of knew what I was good at and kind of stuck with that role, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Chris, let's talk about the evolution of Race on Texas. How did this, I meid we joke about that. I always say, yeah, I wish I could have driven better, but I'm a better announcer than I ever was a driver, or whatever the case is right there. How did this come about? I mean, was it something that you said, folks that can't get there, I want them to be exposed to it? How did Race on Texas happen?
That's a great question, Rodney. And it started back racing in 2012, and my wife would climb the stairs at Houston Motorsports Park and operate a camera, and everyone wanted to see the footage. So it turned into uploading it to YouTube, and I finally said, we need a place to put all this footage. We need a home for this footage. And then we realized at some point we wanted to go live. We really wanted to bring the racing to the people that couldn't be at the track, and so we dabbled at going live, but for the most part it started as an on-demand kind of service and giving people, rather than taking it out of the 1990s where you just have to go buy a DVD or a VHS to watch your races.
Yeah.
So now we put it on a place where everybody can go see it, and it's digital and it's right there and it's in your hands. And then the live thing really came about because of COVID and trying to bring the Speed Pass and trying to really give back to the tracks and give them a source of revenue when maybe they have rainouts or they want to have a project to put together. So that's where it started in a nutshell. It moved a lot of fast, mainly because of the people that we have with us. We've got a lot of people that put this stuff on, so I can't take credit for any of that. It's the people that are behind the scenes, behind the cameras, behind the computers that are doing the work every week.
Yeah. So let's talk about Speed Pass. I mean, what a great concept. I mean, it's one thing to stream races or whatever, but so many of those dollars are going back to the racetracks. And I mean, Joe Spillman is here. He'll join me this evening. Lord knows this is not something that you're going to break the bank and retire on running a racetrack. I mean, there's rent, there's facility management, everything that goes into it. Talk about Speed Pass. That is such a great concept where so much of that money is going back to the racetrack.
Almost $60,000 last year, and it'll be well over $100,000 this year.
Wow.
We love to write checks to racetracks because if they're doing well and they're surviving and they've got cars in their pits and fans in their stands, we have people that are going to want to watch it. The bigger shows, the sold-out shows, we have more people watching those because they want to see the cars that are on the track. So it's important for us to help grow racing, right? And I know it sounds facetious to say, but Harry and I, who run Race on Texas, we both have really good jobs, and this is not a big source of income for us. This is a passion project. We love racing, and there's no way we could do this without loving racing. Yeah. So there's, other places I would rather be on a Saturday night, but actually I want to be at the track. That's why we're here.
Right.
So and so that Speed Pass program, just to help the tracks out, is so important. And I hear all the time. I've had some tracks tell us that we're their largest contributor. That's crazy to think about, that we're the biggest sponsor when they've got all the banners, and we don't want the fanfare. We just want to be partners with them and help them grow.
Yep. Chris, let me ask you before we cut you loose. So streaming now, it is such a, I mean, we're seeing IndyCar is going to be streamed. I mean, some of their races. It is just so important to racing now, especially on a grassroots level here, because maybe some people don't want to come to the track or can't come to the track, whatever it is. How important is live streaming right now for short track racing in the country?
Yeah, it's changed completely. I mean, you fast forward 2 years ago, and you might have seen maybe 150 live shows throughout a year. I mean, in 2019, 2019, we did 17 live shows. We did over 100 last year.
Wow, unbelievable.
So, and we're going to almost probably double that this year. We've got 5 live shows going on tonight. We had 4 last night. So it's important, and we're seeing it's bringing exposure to the sport. It's bringing exposure to the tracks and these drivers, right? Because we want to tell the story of these drivers. Having Anthony Gordon on your show here, that is important. These guys are the grassroots racers that we want people to get behind and have a following.
Right, absolutely. Chris David right there from Race on Texas. This evolution, this massive product that you see is something that he came up with, and now you know the story. Now you know how it happened. That's a race fan right there. That's what we all are. Coming up, we'll talk a little bit more as we inch closer. If you haven't gotten your Speed Pass subscription, get it right now. RaceOnTexas.com, Speed Pass. Click that link, $39.99, racing all around the state of Texas. Louisiana, you've got drag racing there now from Marion as well. Lots of cool stuff and more coming up. Lots of good stuff coming up. This is your pre-race show live from Cotton Bowl Speedway, presented by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it. Yeah, I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Tough pass to put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Back live at Cotton Bowl Speedway, your pre-race show. It is Advance Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series night number 2. Thank you, Advance Auto Parts, for stepping up. Thank you to everyone for stepping up. We'll talk about some of the bonus money that's involved with this 3-race series. Bonus money to be paid out. You still got your track championships that are happening, but this is bonus money, Joe. And these are folks, as now I'm joined by Joe Spillman. He'll be my partner tonight.
It's been a while, buddy. It's been a while. We've been kind of separated. Had some others.
Yeah.
You've been down south, Houston, and out of state some.
Alabama,
so Alabama.
all good stuff.
I've been kind of scattered out a little bit, so we're kind of gang back up over here at
how
Cotton Bowl
about this?
Speedway. Look forward to being back here. So
See if they let us back again.
this may be our last night. They may fire us after tonight. So, but yeah, it's been a good deal. This, I don't know how long this summer Showdown series been going. A couple of years, I guess. And we talk about all the money they've raised, but I tell you what, Aaron Bergott back there behind the scenes, he's the guy that's banging on the computer, banging on those sponsors, and getting that money together. And you've got to have that. I've run racetracks. I've been pretty much every part of the scene of a racetrack. And without those guys behind the scenes, you've got to have them, because you can't do it all just, you know, up on the front end of the flag stand or, you know, whatever. You've got to have those guys. So, Aaron, give a big hand out to that guy, because he is making it work, and that's where that extra money comes in. That's where the cars come in. Over 100 cars last week here in the pits at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Great racing all night long. And like we talked about, the track has suffered a lot of rain throughout at the most inopportune times. But I tell you what, H and the stewards have done a great job of making this track very smooth and very racy, when you would expect in the old days to see some rutted up piece of junk racetrack with you know, not a lot of racing going on. They've done a great job here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
131 cars last week is what we saw. We don't have the car count here tonight, but of course we'll talk about that live on Speed Pass. So that's another reason, if you want to know the car count, you have to subscribe. So this is your free preview presented by Alpha One Chevy Buick. But just bonus money that we can talk about. I mean, at the end of the series, it's a 3-race series. Bonus money: first place $500, second place $250, third $150, fourth $125, fifth $100. $75, 6th through 15th is what you have right there, and that's some big time bucks for a 3-race show.
Yeah,
a 3-race show.
And it sounds like, well, $75. What's $75? Well, it's 7th through 15th, and then times 4 or 5 classes. That adds up over $9,000. I think you said earlier on.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal, and I think that number will continue to grow as they take some of the money from the front gate and they have a math. I don't know. It's above me. I'm just a ditch digger, dude. But they have a way to figure it out, and it's going to be a chunk of change by the time it's said and done. So great job by Cotton Bowl Speedway here.
Yeah, Joe. One of the things we talk about people supporting racing, whether it be in that manner. But for folks, it's so easy. On my Revved Up Sports Show page, we were throwing out some questions the other day, and we get folks that get on there, and they just, I mean, they're pretty brave behind the keyboard. Oh, yeah. And that's very unfortunate just in this society right now that we see that. But I don't think folks realize that when we say supporting short track racing positively, sometimes that means not saying anything.
Yeah, and it goes back to the old adage your mom used to say: if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You know, and you know, one time I was on your show and I said, you know, everybody's a gangster behind that keyboard.
Yep.
But when you have a chance to be punched in the mouth, all of a sudden you're not so, you know, so brave. And it goes to that. You know, you can get behind that keyboard on a Monday morning or a Sunday morning or a Saturday morning if you race Friday nights and just beat the promoter, beat the track prep, beat the record driver up and down. But I've always invited people, come out here.
Give it a shot.
Come help us. You want to beat up the score? You don't have to do it. Just come up here and watch what they do. Come watch what the flagman does. It's very tough to do all aspects of it all night long. And sometimes the best thing to do is just enjoy what you got to enjoy. You know, there's probably 400 positive things, and maybe one thing you didn't enjoy that night. Well, forget that negative thing. You know, enjoy the good steak dinner and forget that your water was warm.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
So that's a lot of it. You know, and we've had all this discussion about social media and is it killing dirt track racing? I don't think so. I think social media, I've always said, it could be a positive. It can bring the racing up to it. It can bring it to people. I can watch social media and without, you know, all of the streaming. It's a really good thing if we use it for that. It's like anything. If you use it for negative, it's going to turn into a negative. But if you use it for a positive, he might be the next guy out there in the victory lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well said. And we really take that to heart. You know, let's that they did something well every now and then. So kind of put that in your back pocket and kind of run with it. Coming up, we'll talk about some point standings as we go into night. You're ready. If you don't have that Speed Pass subscription, raceontexas.com. You want to jump on, you want to get it. You get racing here. You Texana. I mean, Owen's got his program going on tonight, so lots of stuff that you can do there. It is Speed Pass at raceontexas.com. We will get those points for you coming up. We'll put this pre-race show in the oven and get you over to live racing. We're live at Cotton Bowl Speedway, our pre-race show here from CBS, presented by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale. Back live at Cotton Bowl Speedway as we get set for the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series night number 2. Still have night number 3 coming up. Put it on your calendar, put it in your smartphone, write it down for crying out loud. If you still write things down, it's coming up on August the 7th. Joe, this is night number 2. So now things are about to get really racy. We're I guess a quarter of the way in. Again, I'm not a math major, so that's probably not right.
Close. It's 33%.
It's close enough.
33%. Go ahead. I'm just a ditch digger, but go ahead. But looking at the street stocks, we got Tommy Gurrell, who was last week's winner, and I found it interesting. I wanted to comment. Anthony Gordon said, me and Tommy got together, we hashed it out, and I've worked with a lot of racers. I've been in the middle of fights. 99% of the time, when the two racers get together, one of them will end up saying, you know what, I kind of did you dirty there a little bit, or hey, you got one coming to you. But that's usually the end of it. What happens is you got some aunt up here that remembers you from Christmas in 1982, and she wants to kill the guy down there because he rubbed you the wrong way.
Exactly, yeah.
So a lot of times you let the racers work it out, and it will work out really well in the end. But so street stocks, Tommy Gurrell, I've talked a lot about him in the past. He's not going to be the guy out there blazing fast 2 straightaways ahead, but he's going to be the guy that's there every week,
steady.
Week in, week out. He's going to be the steady guy that gets through there. So,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. And this that right there, McAvoy there sitting in second, and Daniel Gaudette. You got to like this McAvoy. He is the last year and a half.
Been fast,
yeah.
Absolutely. So.
Yeah.
We'll see how that shapes out here in night number 2. So
yeah, Gunslinger Factory Stocks. That is always an interesting one right there. You got Tim Homeyer up at the top with 272. Storm and Steve Sims is right there. Dalton Faulkner is here once again tonight. Dalton Faulkner, he's chasing the money, but he comes in, and this one is always so interesting.
Well, Dalton Faulkner last night, I was announcing up at Heart of Texas. He was running a solid third there. The first place car moved his line up a little bit, and that took out the second place. Dalton was collected in that, had to go to the rear of the field, came from 22nd all the way back with 2 laps to go and took the lead and won it. So Faulkner in the 27 car, always very tough to beat. But Storm and Steve Sims, that guy rocking and rolling, he has always been around from the old days of asphalt, and then he ran the CBS stock cars here forever, then the factory stocks. Like he's a lot like Tommy Gurrell. He's just there. He's consistent, steady. He's not going to put his car in a bad position where it's going to get wrecked out, and he's going to be there at the end of the night.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. Don Cron had a fast car all year long. Seems to always have something silly or stupid happen. A tire get cut down or a tie rod break that shouldn't. So got to keep an eye on Don Cron.
Absolutely. There's your Design Welding Sport Compacts. Dylan Kowalik at the top right there, 10 points over Taylor Stewart. And Jake Hall right there. Always good stuff right there. And really nice to see that class continue to grow.
Lovely to see that beginner class kind of grow and get more and more cars out there. I just want to know, are they going to be able to combine first and second and split it down the middle?
Yeah, absolutely. Here's your Magnum IMCA Modifieds. You got to love those big mods. Derek Scott Jr. at 265, Chris Morris 259, Hardy Henderson 246. Hard time right there knocking on the door. Always got to love the Modifieds. Let's see if Derek Scott can hold on to that point.
Yeah, it's always good to see Hardy there. You could add those first 2 guys' ages together, and Hardy would still be over him. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. G-Dub up at the top over James Honish. Joe Maple, steady Joe Maple right there with 247. This one right here is going to get really racy before we get to night number 3.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to catch Egbert, once they get out front, any Egbert. But Maple, like we've talked about so many times, getting some sponsors and getting a little help, getting faster and faster. So good to see those sport mods. I love to watch those guys.
Absolutely. We're getting ready to put this one in the oven. It is your pre-race show presented by Alpha One Chevy Buick. If you don't have your Speed Pass, I don't know what they're waiting on if they don't have it yet.
$39.99. Pick Cotton Bowl Speedway as your home track. Half that money goes back to Cotton Bowl. The other half, goes to all of this camera and all this gear that makes us look so pretty.
Absolutely, and we need really fancy stuff to make us look good. $9,344 as we enter into the night tonight. Let's see how high that goes. Night number 3 coming up on August the 7th, but let's not worry about August the 7th. It is tonight, right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. If you can't get here, check it out on Speed Pass at speedpass.com. Thank you so much to Anthony Gordon for jumping on the program, Chris David for checking in, Joe Spillman and I, we're heading next door. We're going to do some play-by-play.
Play-by-play. I hope we remember how to do it.
Absolutely. We'll stumble our way through it.
The brown car's out front.
That's it. Number 7. Number 7's out front. That is coming up. This has been your pre-race show. Thank you to Alpha One Chevy Buick. We hope to see you over on Speed Pass, night number 2 of the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series from Cotton Bowl Speedway. Have a great evening, everybody.
right, everybody, welcome here to Cotton Bowl Speedway. I am Joe Spillman. Rodney Rodriguez here with me as well. Good to be back. So down on the front stretch, look at all of those fine men and women. That's our first responders. They are the first ones to the scene, the first ones checking on the driver. So thank you to them here each and every week. In the pink, that's Rachel Plant, Miss Pick Chick. Be sure to check her out. Hello.
They're going to drag right to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out the car, your feature winner.
Tough pass before the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and the twins.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks and
The ball try move to the top of the track. And how about James Sterling on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, well, there's pride in every American heart.
All right, we would like to always thank all of our military veterans, anybody that's helped serve, make this the best country we could imagine living in. So if you're here tonight, we want to give you a big round of applause for everything you've done. We could not do the things that we do without everything y'all have done. Police, firemen, EMS, tow truck drivers, everybody out on the street protecting us day in and day out. We want to thank y'all as well. And now for our opening prayer, Mr. Cody, if you'll bow your heads, please.
Please join me in prayer. Your most gracious Heavenly Father, it's our great state and our great country, Lord. Father God, we ask that you be with each of our drivers and fans tonight on and off this track. Father God, we ask that you be with those that are going through a difficult time right now. Heal them emotionally, physically, Lord, and bless them like only you can, Lord. Father God, we ask all these things in your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior's name. Amen.
Now, if you'll turn your attention to that center, beautiful Stars and Stripes, Miss Larissa Burgat.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well, Joe, we're back again, my man. It seems like it's been forever, but here we are back at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight, night number 2. This is going to be some good stuff coming up tonight.
Night number 2, the Summer Showdown Series. We got the Street Stocks Heat Race number 1 out on the track already. We'll get you your lineups. Don't forget, you can follow along My Race Pass. Get those lineups, car counts, starting positions. Always online, My Race Pass. Race on Texas, Speed Pass, bringing you tonight's action live here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Big night of action. Street stocks on the track right now. Gunslinger factory stocks, design welding, sport compacts, Browning IMCA stock cars. For night number 2, going to be some fun stuff here with the Summer Showdown Series presented by Advance Auto Parts.
All right, heat race of the Street Stocks. Number 1 out on the track right now, the 08 of Cody Dinehart, and the outside, the 19 of Travis Talley. Inside, row number 2, the 64L of Shane Lander, and the outside, the 23, CJ Gray. Inside, row number 3, the 3D of Darrell Rhodes, and the outside, the 32 of Jim Swanson. Swanson starting shotgun tonight.
8-lap heat race number 1 for the Street Stocks. It looked like we do have Dinehart there in the 08. A little bit of trouble on the front straightaway, so we'll have to get a shove there here for the Street Stocks. Always got to love the Street Stocks, Joe. I know in Waco we call them the Outlaw Street Stocks, but it really is an Outlaw Street Stock class even here, man. You see so many different variations of race car. You take a look right now. You got a stock Chevrolet Camaro. Yeah, you've got a Nova up on the front row. I mean, this is just such a great class right here.
Yeah, I mean, you got the big body, you got the little body, you got a metric car, you got a Camaro. Sometimes we'll have a truck out there. It's a little tough to predict what we're going to have, but always fun to see the Street Stocks. I like them, kind of build and run what you brung type of thing going on. So see if we can get the 08 of Dinehart. Supposed to start, slated to start on the pole. See if we can get him rolling. See how it goes.
Lots of folks to thank. I know you were probably checking in there on the Alpha One Chevrolet Buick pre-race show on Race on Texas, but so many dollars that have gone into the bonus right now. We come in at $9,344 as we enter the night. Gunslinger Ammo, ACM Services, Randy's Wrecker, Scott Mitchell Welding, BBFmerch.com, Alverson Motorsports, CRS Speed Secrets, Keller Williams Realty, Advance Auto Parts, Race on Texas, all of those great folks that are putting extra dollars into the kitty here in this Summer Showdown Series night number 2. And it is now tally up on the point in car number 19 as he will pace them around. This is going to be a good heat race here, Joe, because you got Darrell Rhodes, always a contender here at CBS.
Yeah, there's a lot of good fast cars out there right now. And like you said, CJ Gray, in 3, I believe. So we look forward. Now the lights will be out. The 19 of Talley in the outside. 3.
Like the Indianapolis 500 as they go down into turn number 1. Gray down on the bottom. Lander up into the fence up on the top side. Swanson in the Camaro. Here comes CJ Gray down on the bottom side, takes a stab on the bottom. Swanson off the racetrack. They slide it out of turn number 2. Lap number 1, it will be Shane Lander leading lap number 1 over CJ Gray.
64 of Lander now up through the middle of the racetrack. CJ Gray trying to diamond it down, drive it down underneath him. Can't make anything happen there with a 3D of Darrell Rhodes in a distant 3rd position. But still out front is the 64L of Shane Lander. Now CJ Gray going to try to go down on the tires a little bit lower down. Not enough drive down there to keep up with the momentum that Lander has up in the middle of the racetrack.
It is about 1 car length as they tail it down into turn number 1. Gray, a little bit of a stumble right there, but here he comes down on the bottom side. Going to bring Darrell Rhodes with him. The 23 and the 3D as they go by the 64L down into turn number 3. Working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Lander still trying to work up on the top side. Here's Rhodes down on the bottom, but it is CJ Gray, car number 23, unbeatable at the beginning of the season. He's had a little bit of trouble, but still he has been the dominant car, Joe, and he drives it right off of turn number 2 and heads down the back straightaway. He'll take about a 5-car length advantage into turn number 3.
Lander's got out of the groove a little bit in the last 2 laps up in the top of 1 and 2, and that has let both C.J. Gray and Rhodes get by him. If he could keep that car down in the center of the track, he might have a little better chance of keeping up with them there. But this time, let's see if he can keep it down. Still a little push right through the middle. That's once again going to let them pull another 2 or 3 car lengths. But still, C.J. Gray with a 4 car length lead down the back straightaway, followed by the 3D of Darrell Rhodes, and now the 64L of Shane Lander.
Looks like C.J. Gray trying to work right there. He's letting the backside of that car slide around a little bit more. You check Rhodes right there, a little bit more of a straight entry, but he'll drive to the bottom of the racetrack, and he drives it straight off of turn number 2, heads down the back straightaway. It's 3.5 car lengths right there. Rhodes closes the gap as they move into turn number 3. On the gas once again, Darrell Rhodes will lead this time by, or pardon me, C.J. Gray leads. It is 2 laps to go that time by. 2 laps to go for the driver out of Leander, Texas. Car number 23, 2 car lengths as they drive it off the banking. Onto the back straightaway they go. It is Gray holding on. Here comes Rhodes. Nice push, Joe. Darrell Rhodes is not giving up. Round.
And here we come to the white flag. It's going to be the C.J. Gray in a 23, followed by the 3D of Darrell Rhodes, and 64L of Shane Lander. Still about a straightaway lead over the 4th place car of the 19 of Travis Talley. Now, Rhodes gonna see, no, can't do it. I thought he might try to diamond it down and drive underneath CJ, just couldn't do it. Checkered flag is out, and your heat race number 1 winner will be the 23 CJ Gray, but it looks like he might have broke right there at the end. He went off the gas, and you can see him just go to the infield. Looks like the 23 might have had some issues.
Definitely, Joe. It looked like something in the drivetrain right there. You actually see smoke coming out of the underneath, right out of the wheel well over on the right front. So something has gone amiss. Here's Gray bailing out of the car. Let's take a look as you check in on Speed Pass. It may be Katie bar the door for C.J. Gray.
We'll see what happens there. All right, heat race number 2 about to roll out on the track. The 22M of Anthony Gordon will be on the pole, and outside will be the 09 of Gerald Johnson. Inside, row number 2, the 05 of Daniel Gaudet, and the outside, Todd Roberts McAvoy. Starting shotgun will be the 3rd. Row number 3 will be the 9 of Tommy Grell. We've got the top 3 in points in this one heat race. You got Tommy Grell leading, and you got Todd Roberts McAvoy in 2nd, and you got Anthony Gordon, who we talked to in the pre-race show, who had some bad luck last week, I believe. I didn't watch the video, but I don't think it went very well for him. But he's always got a fast car in that 22M.
So we'll check out the 22, still tending to down right there at the entrance of turn number 1. That is the number 23 of C.J. Gray. Talk about going from the penthouse to the outhouse. That's exactly what happens right there as he crosses the start-finish line. Takes the win in heat race number 1. However, he is parked there. Fire and track safety crew have made their way over, and we will work to get that 23 car off of the racetrack. Again, Joe, some of that bonus money that we talk about for each one of these classes at the end of the 3-race series. So how it works, everybody, obviously you've got your point standings, everything that we're doing for the regular season. However, with this 3-race format, last week tonight, August the 7th, bonus money, each class, $500 additional dollars to first, $250, $150, $125, $100, 75, 6 through 15. That's a good chunk of change.
That money adds up quick. It adds up very quick. So I believe we're about to sing the next group out. We're working on a 08 down in the infield, see if we can get him off the racetrack.
Did drive off the racetrack, so that'll be something to watch. You have to think right there, Darrell Rhodes and the rest of the pack is thinking, dang it. Dang it.
Tow him off.
Yeah.
Put him in the crusher.
It looked terminal. It looked terminal for my spot is what they're saying. Here we go. We roll them out as Joe talked about. You got the top 3 in the Summer Showdown Series presented by Advance Auto Parts with Gural, McAvoy, and Gaudet. And then you've got the wild card. You've got the 22M there of Anthony Gordon in the field. This is going to be some pretty good stuff right here. So here we are as they go down into turn number 1. Anthony Gordon on the point in car number 22. On the outside, it is Johnson, Gerald Johnson, followed by the 05 of Gaudet, Todd Roberts McAvoy, and shotgun on the field, car number 9, as he will start 5th. It is Tommy Gural. Here they go down into turn number 3 as we get set to go. Heat race number 2 for your Outlaws, or for your Street Stocks, wrong track. Here we go out of turn number 4, green flag in the air. Nathan Lavender drops a hammer. We're racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Gerald Johnson, whole shot up on the top side. He'll guide the field down into turn number 1 as he works on the top side. Here comes Gordon working down on the bottom. Look at this drag race. Look at Gural right there, Joe. A little bit of an aggressive move right there from Tommy Gural.
Little bit of aggressive move by Tommy Grell, but the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy diamonds it down, gets underneath the field, going down through 3 and 4, but it's still going to be the 22 of Anthony Gordon now with a 4-car lead over the 09 of Gerald Johnson, followed by Tommy Gurrell now is going to diamond it down, drive underneath Johnson. He's going to get the lead down the back straightaway. It's still going to be the 22M of Anthony Gordon, Tommy Gurrell, and then it's going to be the 09 of Gerald Johnson.
You got smoke pouring out of the back of the 05. It looks like on the corner entry, you've got it right on the backside. I don't know if that's a rub. I don't know if that's something in the rear end or if he's dropping grease or what that is, but you see it predominantly as you check in on Speed Pass. It'll be right about there is where you see that. Up at the front of the pack, it is Gordon as he continues to motor away, inching this thing out, Joe, about a straightaway, half a straightaway advantage with Gurrell right there. And this is something that we talked about on the pre-race. Look at the different lines right here. You see Gurrell, pretty straight drop off of the corner, steady straight right down the backstretch. Gordon swings the backside of that 22 around. Gurrell does right there, but you see two different styles right here from first and second.
Well, and that's a little bit of the old school, a little bit of new school, and you got Tommy Gurrell in the Camaro with the leaf spring versus the coil springs that Gordon has up front in the 22M.
Here's Gordon down into turn number 3 this time around. We're past the halfway point. It'll be 3 to go this time by as Gordon hanging on up on that top shelf. He will drive it right up against the guardrail down into turn number 1, stretching out that lead, continuing to motor away here just a little bit as Gerald Johnson, a little bit of trouble up at turn number 4. Here's Johnson down into the infield, but here comes Gordon as he'll bring him around. It'll be 2 to go at the stripe this time by. Gordon putting on a clinic here in this one, Joe.
6 down, 2 to go. Gordon showing a little bit of, well, hey, this shoulda, woulda, coulda been last week, and we had a little mishap, so here's what y'all got to work with tonight, boys. If I did my math right, I think he's going to start on the front row of the feature race. Top 5 here qualify, started on the pole of the heat, so he should start up on the front row of the feature race. And the white flag is out, 7 down, 1 to go. It's going to be 22M of Anthony Gordon, followed by the 9 of Tommy Gurrell, and a distance third for the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy.
Into turn number 3, here is Gordon. He is led from the drop of the rag, and now he will guide it through turns number 3 and 4, bring it down the front straightaway in front of the main grandstands, double checkered flags in the air. Anthony Gordon wins heat race number 2. In your street stocks, Tommy Gurrell will come home second. Todd Roberts McAvoy will round out the top 3. That is 1, 2, 3. In your street stocks here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the Advance Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series, night number 2.
Street stocks are in the books for the heat races. Now coming out will be your Gunslinger factory stocks. 29 of them on the card for the night. And out front in heat race number 1 be the 45 of Seth Davis, the outside of 24 of Brady Ricks. Inside row number 2, the 7 of Kevin Netchick, and the outside 27 of Dalton Faulkner. Inside row number 3, the 8-star of Tim Homeyer, and the outside the 48 of Mike Land. Inside row number 4, the 145 of Joey Bohannon, and the outside Clayton Stein in a 21S. I tell you what, I got to watch Faulkner, Mike Land, and Stein all race last night. A good run, and then he had something happen to him, but had a good run. But Faulkner it up a little bit, collected the second place car. That collected Faulkner. Faulkner had to go to the very back tail of 22 with about 2 laps down, and then on lap 18 he came back and made that pass for the feature win there. And some very fast hot rods there last night at Heart of Texas Speedway. Always fast cars here. Don't look past the 8-star of Tim Homeyer.
Absolutely. Homeyer is your point leader here in the Summer Showdown Series after the first night. So Homeyer up at the top of the heap right there as he will look to get that bonus money. But as you talk about Dalton Faulkner, this guy shows up, and that's always an ace in the hole right there. Well, that's one of the top shoes that you're going to see in this division. There's a lot of really, really good drivers, but Brady Ricks is a guy we've watched him do some great things. Yeah, absolutely. So this will be fun as the first of 4 heat races.
29 race cars here in the factory stocks.
What a night. What a night. Showing them on this time by. Showing them on as they roll by before the main grandstands right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight, here with your Gunslinger factory stocks.
Always interested to see when we get a different class out there, these bigger, wider, heavier cars, bigger, wider tires, if they're going to roll that top side in. Maybe they're going to rip that lip a little bit. Maybe they're going to get down on the bottom where there's some meat in the track and let it pull it out of the hole down around the tires. So we'll see what happens right here. at some point, somebody's going to have to go where somebody else isn't, because you can't just follow them all night long and pass them.
Seth Davis up on the point, car number 45 on the outside. It is Brady Ricks, 8 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 1, Gunslinger Factory Stocks. We are set to go as they ease it down into turn number 3. Davis and Ricks will bring them to the point. Nathan Lavender in the birdcage. He is set and ready to go. Green flag in the air waving. We're racing in the Gunslinger Factory Stocks heat race number 1. Davis with a whole shot move will take the field into turn number 1. Ricks up on the top side. Let's watch Faulkner sitting up on the top shelf. A little bit of contact right there. Mike Land into the back of the 27, but look at Faulkner. Look at that drive up on the top side. Dalton Faulkner will dive to the top side, and now he sets his sights on Brady Ricks. Davis down on the bottom. Look at Faulkner driving off the corner. Lap number 1 to Brady Ricks, but here comes that purple and orange number 27. Man on the move is Faulkner.
Faulkner now up on the top side, going to see if he can make that momentum work up there. Ricks down on the bottom side, going to dig it out of the hole with the moisture, the meat, and the track. But now Faulkner with that momentum up on the top side, followed by Ricks, and then it's going to be Davis in the 3rd position, and Mike Land and Tim Homeyer, followed by Nachik, will be your top 6.
Brady Ricks trying to come back at him, but it'll be 1.5 car lengths down into corner number 1. Faulkner up to the top of the racetrack. Ricks is going to chase him there. Davis hanging on there in 3rd. Mike Land, Homeyer, Natek onto the back straightaway they go. That is your top 6. But you see the surge right there of Dalton Faulkner as he dives it in the corner. Just so smooth. He cranks those wheels, and he will come off of turn number 4 and lead another lap as he checks it off that time by almost a half a second or 2.5 seconds is the advantage for Faulkner, and he's checking out right here. He's walking the dog at this point, Joe.
Yeah, you can watch an 8-star Homeyer. You can tell he's getting a little bit frustrated. He has tried diming it up, driving it down on the top side, on the bottom side. Just can't make any progress. Now he's going to dive underneath Land and try to get under him right there. Davis still holding up on that bottom line. Good line right there by Davis. Seth Davis getting a good run right there on the bottom side, but it's still going to be Faulkner out front, followed by Ricks. Now they're 3 wide down the back straightaway. It's going to be Homeyer in the middle, on the bottom, Davis in the middle, Land on the top side, and Homeyer is going to come out there in place number 3, I believe, as we are about halfway down and halfway to go.
Right there, Davis was the meat of the sandwich. He just briefly jumps out of the gas. The 2 guys on the outside of him, he had one on the right and one on the left elbow. They stab the gas, they dive down into the corner, and Davis drops back. So now he sits in position number 5 as we're halfway home right here. But here comes Kevin Natek down on the bottom. Natek, a little bit of contact there into the right or left rear quarter panel, but they keep it nice and straight. Hot spot on the racetrack as you check in on Speed Pass here from Cotton Bowl Speedway. It is a 2nd place battle. Here's Homeyer down to the bottom. He'll drive it off of the corner. Brady Ricks up on the top side. Ricks trying to come back. Here comes Mike Land. Mike Land up to the back bumper, Joe. White flag in the air. Still steady at the front. The battle happening behind Dalton Faulkner as he just drives away.
Yeah, he's got a straightaway lead over the field. Homeyer, though, very patient. Worked his way up through the field. Little bit of bump and run, but he made it happen without tearing up anybody or himself. And here we go with heat race number 1. And your heat race number 1 winner is going to be the 27 of Dalton Faulkner.
Faulkner wire to wire right there as he wins. Tim Homeyer will come home 2nd. Brady Ricks and Mike Land race it out. Seth Davis will round out the top 5 as we are 29 strong here tonight in the Gunslinger Factory Stocks heat race number 1. Putting that foot down tonight, Dalton Faulkner says, I'm here, I want the bonus money, and he really does right there. Just cleans house in heat race number 1.
Yeah, but Dalton Faulkner had to start place number 4, so he qualified, but that should probably start him around 7th or 8th place, I believe, in the feature race is where he's going to start. So should be a good show. I always like to have those fast cars starting a little deeper back in the field, have to work their way up through the field. It's kind of boring to watch them. You know, you win a heat race by a straightaway. Let's start them on the front row. Well, guess what happens? It's hot laps for that guy for the feature race. That's not fun.
Exactly.
So I love this kind of a program where we start them by point average and we get them back there. Heat race number 2, rolling out on the field, the 77 of Craig Rice and the outside, the 26 of Wyatt Bohannon. Inside row number 2, the 55R, Rusty Head, and the outside, Don Cron in the 17. Inside, the 58 of Steve Sims, and the outside of the 48L of Robert Kemp. Inside row number 4, shotgun on the field, the 17M of Chris Mercer. So you got Rusty Head, who had a very good run last week, I believe. And you got Don Cron along with Steve Sims. So 3 very fast race cars here. Let's see how they shake and work their way through this field in your heat race number 2.
Rusty Head, the $150 race car. We'll tell that story a little bit later on about how he came up with that car. We're set to go. Craig Rice on the point as we get set to go in the start zone. Heat race number 2, Gunslinger Factory Stocks. We are off and racing. Craig Rice on the gas. Bohannon up on the top side, 3 wide momentarily. Bohannon on the top side. Here's Rusty Head, the veteran out of Buda, down on the bottom. A little bit of a slip. Here comes Stormin' Steve Sims down on the bottom. Thought about sticking that nose in there, but he'll back it out. They'll double stack it all the way back there from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Now they are 5th. Now they go down into the corner, the 48L right behind him, but up at the front of the pack, it is Bohannon, lap number 1. Nice steady lap there. Bohannon setting a nice pace here in heat race number 2.
Great line run right there by the 26 of Bohannon, but the 77 of Craig Rice and Rusty Head following suit, and Don Cron now up in his 4th position, followed by the 58 of Steve Sims.
Into the corner they go. They make their way around. It is still Bohannon holding on. Bohannon, Rice, Rusty Head, Don Cron, Stormin' Steve Sims down into turn number 1 as they go single file around the racetrack here. 6 laps to go that time by heat race number 2 of 4 here for the factory stocks. Hot spot on the racetrack is for 3rd. Here's Sims taking a peek down on the bottom. That 58 car, Joe, it's gotten better and better and better every week. We're starting to see a better performance out of Sims. But again, we talked about Garrell, just so steady. So steady. Makes a slide job pass right there, and we'll take away the 4th spot.
So Steve Sims working up into 4th position, but Don Cron not giving it up, crossed it over, now down underneath, but Sims now with the momentum down on the back straightaway. But you got the 55 of Rusty Head now trying to get underneath the 77 of Rice, and he's going to see if he can do something there, get up into place number 2, but it's still Bohannon way out, not way out front. Bohannon followed by the 77 of Rice and then the 55 of Rusty Head. And now you can throw a blanket over the top 3 as Rusty Head gets underneath the 77, now up into place number 2. Rusty Head sets his sights on that front position.
It'll be 3 laps to go this time by as they make their way around. Bohannon hanging on, but not by much. A little bit of extension right there. You can actually see, you can watch Bohannon. We can see it from up here. I don't know if you can see it on the feed. You can probably see it on the grandstands. Watch that right rear tire of Bohannon as he makes his way out of corner number 4. You can actually see it over on the left side as well. I hope that's not something that's going to hurt him. That wheel, those back wheels are bouncing. Maybe he's breaking the tires. I don't know what he's doing, but here he comes out of the corner. And that sucker is going up and down, and now Rusty Head breathing all over the back bumper of the 26 car.
A lot of times you get a tire bounce like that, it is a shock, a bad shock. It's gone. It's lost its, gas in the shock, and that's what causes that. But it's definitely slowed him down as Rusty Head now underneath gives him a little bump, says, hey, I'm right here. And here we come through the white flag. It's going to be a drag race down the front straightaway. The 26 of Bohannon, the 55 of Rusty Head, and the 58 of Steve Sims, and the 48L of Robert Kelm.
Don Cron into the big tire, into one of the big tractor tires. Something broke on the front end of that car, and he spins. Bohannon in trouble on the backstretch. My goodness, mayhem here on the last lap. Something broke on the 17 coming out of turn number 4, and he broadsides the big tractor tire right here on the front stretch. Safety crew coming over, checkered flags in the air. Stormin' Steve Sims out of nowhere wins heat race number 2.
How did that happen?
My goodness. And the 48, Robert Kelm comes home second. My goodness. What a crazy end to that race.
I was watching Rusty Head, the Don Cron down here. I have no idea what happened up on the top side coming out of 2. Maybe we can get a replay. Can we get an instant replay? Somebody show it to me on the phone. Send me a video.
Rusty Head, where's Joyce Shepard? Look at a replay. Here's Rusty Head making his way over.
Where's Joyce Shepard at?
And it is Stormin' Steve Sims winning heat race number 2 in a crazy fashion. He led about a half a lap.
The only half that mattered.
The only half that mattered. That car up on the hook, you can see those front wheels turn to the left. It looked like something.
Broke a tie rod.
Broke a tie rod, yeah.
Tie rod, center link, something like that. So.
Had to have been. Had to have been.
All right. We're going to get heat race number 3 now. Rolling out on the track. John Armandia on the pole in the outside, the 538 of Albert Medellin. Inside, row number 2, the 33K of Shelby Baker, and the outside, the 726 of Eric Robbins. Inside, row number 3 will be Chase Schubert, and the outside, the 10D of Don Painter. Starting shotgun will be Dylan Alasco. Alasco had a fast car last night at Heart of Texas, so I get a little bit of advantage, Rodney. I get to watch a lot of these guys the night before, so I get kind of a little scouting report on how they're going to do or how they did the night before. No guarantee of how they're going to do tonight, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally different animal right here as we get set to go. Armindia up on the point, Median on the outside. As we get set, watch Chase Schubert. Talked to him this past weekend, or this past Monday night on Revved Up. And this kid right here, he does sprint cars, does asphalt, and here he is in the factory stock. Green flag in the air. We're racing heat race number 3. Off we go down into turn number 1. Good jump there for the 58 down on the bottom. Into turn number 1 they go 3 wide. Here's Schubert down on the bottom. Shelby Baker, they're 3 wide on the back straightaway. Off they go. That 726 up on the top side. Boy, this is awful racy right here. This is a little scary right here, heat racing.
It's a little dicey. They know it pays a sticker, right? Because that's
Yeah,
what you get.
exactly right.
You get a sticker. So 538 Albert Medlin out front. He's like, y'all race all you want back there. I'm just going to lead the pack around right here, right through the middle. But it's going to be 538 out front to 726 Eric Robbins, followed by the 158 Armandia down on the bottom side.
Here's Chase Schubert down on the bottom. That is for 30. Slides up the racetrack. Robbins able to work up on the top side. Another lap in the books right there as Medellin leads, followed by Robbins and Chase Schubert side by side behind them. There's Princess in the 33. Princess trying to hang on in the meat of the sandwich. Here's Alasko down on the bottom. Don Painter drives it off the hill. Armandia. Princess in trouble. Princess is slowing down on the back straightaway. Something going away on the 33K. Getting hot up at the front, though. It is Medellin holding on. But here come the hungry dogs behind him. Chase Schubert will go to the second spot, followed by Robbins as the 33 car stalls on the backstretch.
Yellow flag for the 33. Shelby Baker, she broke her rocker arm last night, had a good run going and broke her rocker out at Heart of Texas. So while we got a quick break, we're going to watch a replay of what happened on that last race because I had no idea what happened there, Rodney.
I totally lost track. I saw Don
somehow,
Cron and I was lost.
Somehow Steve Sims won. That's all I know.
Right.
58's a winner.
Good for him. He's rocking and rolling, but he kind of fell into that one, and that is totally fine. That is totally fine. But as we are live over on the backside, Princess has come to a stop. Shelby Baker there in the 33K. That's the affectionately name of that car there.
Yeah,
so
are you calling the driver Princess?
No, I'm calling the car that.
Oh,
I'm calling the car that.
That's the car's name.
Well, she's a princess also, I'm sure, but the car is Princess.
10-4.
And good, she'll get a shove over there. So that's one of those tough things right there, Joe. When you break a rocker arm, when you go back in there, I mean, that stuff takes a lot of work. You don't just slap another rocker arm on there. I mean, you got to go back in there. You got to reset all those valves. You got to do all of that. If you miss one little setting on there, it's haywire, and that could be what happened. Let's take a look at heat race prior. So here they go down into the corner. This is your replay presented by Gunslinger Ammo. Out of corner number 4, you'll watch Cron, and that's where he has the trouble.
Right, but you got Bohannon out front, and then the 55 of Rusty Head, and then the 77 followed by Steve Sims.
I think we're a lap prior, so here we go. So here's how it worked out. Rusty Head trying to make the move right there. A little bit of a shot. Everything's still calm. His head goes down to the bottom, and this is where the problem begins with Cron. The contact
this is where
there.
we're talking about Bohannon had a bouncy rear end. We're talking about his shocks, and then Cron had a mishap there. Head down on the bottom.
There it is.
There we go. Rusty Head just right down on the bottom, right on the tires, and kind of skated up into Bohannon a little bit.
And how about that move by Sims?
Yeah.
Sims is full bore up on the top side, and he's able to dive it down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Here we go. So Rusty Head down on the bottom, has to miss the tire a little bit. Bohannon may have come down just a little bit. Bohannon had no idea Rusty Head.
And watch Sims, just like a stealth-like move right down there to the bottom. Wow.
Thread and a needle.
What a way to win. What a way to win. Storm and Steve Sims. Rolling him around as Shelby Baker takes Princess over to the pits. Median brings the field around. Chase Schubert, Robbins, Painter, Alasko, Armandia. As we get set to go, lights will go off on the racetrack. This is heat race number 3 for your Gunslinger factory stocks. We are ready to rock and roll. Night number 2 of the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series. The field with the Texas two-step restart. 538 on the point, the 31, the 726 on the gas. Median, we're ready to go. Here comes Painter. Painter's got that front end boogered up just there a little bit on that car. Broke the air box right there. They'll have to check that out. Here we go. Green flag to the front straightaway. Median down into turn number 1. Here comes Schubert. Robbins on the top side. Here comes Alasko. Alasko on the move as he works in the middle of the racetrack.
3 wide now for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's going to be Painter down on the bottom, Alasko in the middle, and a 726 of Robbins up on the top. But you got the 31 Schubert down on the bottom now trying to get the lead, but it's still going to be the 538 of Albert McLeod.
At the front, but here is Schubert. Chase Schubert down to the bottom of the racetrack. They go wheel to wheel out of turn number 2. Back straightaway they go. Chase Schubert down on the bottom of the racetrack. He leads by half a car length down into the corner. Chase will park it right at the bottom. Median working up on the top side. Elasco crosses down to the bottom of the racetrack. This time 4 laps to go. We are halfway home. Chase Schubert is your new leader. Dylan Elasco sitting in the second spot. Elasco trying to work on the bottom. I like the line of the 31. 538 slips up, goes out of the groove, into the waiting arms of Don Painter. Here comes a veteran out of Austin down on the bottom.
Yeah, the 538 of Medlin was out front. He goes from first to fourth in about a lap and a half. Don Painter got the new war off of that race car. We don't need that front bumper. We don't need that front nose piece. We're just going to go race it. But now out front is the 31 of Chase Schubert, followed by the 41 of Dylan Elasco.
That 10 car may run better that way because he has come to the third spot. He's got a lot of air coming up in there where part of that nose is broke off. 2 laps to go this time by at the line for Chase Schubert as he makes his way down into turn number 1. Of course, the Schuberts, long time involved in the sport. They're out of the Houston area. His dad, Donnie Schubert, a longtime racer over in the Houston area. They've done it over on the asphalt side. Chase jumping in a sprint car this year as well. And here he is in the factory stock, and that 31 car takes the white flag. 3/8 of a mile to go this time by for your race leader, Schubert. Let's see if Dylan Elasco can throw that hook out and reel him in as they take it to the back straightaway.
I don't think there's going to be much reeling in the 31 of Schubert. Schubert from deep in the field all the way up through, a veteran driver, as you said, lots and lots of laps in other cars. Now in a factory stock. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Moving from a sprint car to a factory stock, but it's going to be Chase Schubert, followed by Dylan Elasco, followed by Don Painter, and a 538 of Medlin will be your top 5 in your heat race number 3 in your Gunslinger factory stocks.
Here's a funny story. I talked to Schubert on the show on Monday. He called me on Wednesday. He said, hey, you want to come to 105 one night and give this factory stock a try? After watching what that did, I don't know if I want to get in there. It'd be
that guy's an idiot. If he's going to offer you a race car, that guy's an idiot.
Yeah.
That'd be like offering Joe Spillman a race car.
When it runs that good, I think that offer is probably off the table.
It's off the table. We've seen what it can do. That guy went from the front to the back and wrecked everybody. Oh, yeah, that's Rodney.
Yeah,
that's Rodney.
That's Rodney Schubert. There you go.
All right, heat race number 4, rolling out on the track, the 12X of Daniel Roston. Outside, row number 1, the 27T of Curtis Twardowski. Inside, row number 2, the 20 of Mackenzie Van Diver. And the outside, the 33M of Mason Daughtery. Inside, row number 3, the 94A of Allison Morris. And the outside, the 4 of Alan Torres. Shotgun on the field, the 22 of Nate Robbins. Slated 7 cars, I count 6, Rodney.
Yeah, it looks like the 12X. It looks like Ralston out on the racetrack as Kenzie Van Diver goes up to the pole in car number 20. Kenzie's won. Kenzie's been on this racetrack, and when we've seen her here, she's had a lot to say. She's had a lot to say. Now she'll start on the catbird seat as we get set to go with Twardowski up on the top side. 6 cars. Got to love that 4 car. The 4 sail. The 4 sail.
Alan Torres from down south. He's had a fast race car. I think he finished 3rd last week at I-37, I believe, 3rd or 4th. Has a fast race car in that 4 car is Alan Torres. But Kenzie, I don't have to call her Mickey.
Up on the top side, he'll take the whole shot. Doherty right behind him. Here's Van Diver down on the bottom into turn number 1. Back straightaway they go. Twardowski trying to hold on. Van Diver right there. Mason Doherty right there. Mason Doherty, one of those guys, like the silent assassin, man. He just kind of sits there, and then he gets hot, and he goes to the front. The battle is for second. Van Diver on the bottom trying to hold on. We gave her, she goes down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Jinxed her, dude. You jinxed her.
We did. She's like, don't talk about me anymore, man. Do not talk about me. Back straightaway they go. Twardowski takes him onto the back straightaway. Here's Doherty, but here comes Alan Torres, Joe, in that 4 sail, and now we get Racy up at the front of the pack.
Good race up front, but it's still going to be the Twardowski out front, followed by the 33 Doherty and a 4 sail of Torres is going to be top 3, and we are 2 laps down, 6 to go.
Curtis Traderski onto the back straightaway. Mason Doherty, Alan Torres, Allison Morris. That is your top four. You got about 1 car length between those top 3 cars. Traderski right there. Joe, I like this track right here, man. This is one good-looking racetrack right here. And as you called it, now you see these big, heavy stockers. They're going up a little bit higher in here. They're starting to work this racetrack in. I think we're going to have some kind of surface here when we get to main event racing coming up later on tonight.
Well, I think once we get to the IMCA stock cars, you're going to have some cars. They can change your car setup. They can make your car rotate right around the tire. They can change your bar angles a little bit. They can make their car run up on the top. I think once we get to the stock cars, we're going to see some guys, maybe the Jason Batts, down on the bottom, hugging the tires, going. And we're going to see some guys up on the very top side just letting it rip the lip, trying to get around and keep that momentum. But right now in this race, we got Curtis Traderski out front, followed by Mason Doherty, followed by the 4 sail of Torres.
I love that shot going into the corner as you check in on Speed Pass as you see him dive into the corner. Just a great shot right there. You were at the bottom. He tries to go down to the racetrack. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go for your race leader. Curtis Traderski. Up to the top side is Doherty. Doherty on the gas. Alan Torres sitting right there behind him. It's 2 to go at the line. There's our speed shot right there on Speed Pass. Down the front straightaway they go. Doherty all over the back bumper. Here they go as they get ready to race it out. Joe, you got a lap and a half to go right here. Looks like every time that they get to the back bumper, Traderski, he does something or Doherty slips up and he's able to get away once again.
Nitrous. He has nitrous.
Yeah, that's what it's that red button. It's that red button.
So, but don't tell them right now, but the top 3 will all qualify and they'll all start in the same position. But somebody will get a sticker out of this race. So Traderski's still out front, the 33 of Mason Doherty and a 4 of Alan Torres.
20 car making a move. I'm not going to say her name, but here we go. Out of corner number 4, checkered flags in the air. Curtis Traderski holds off the pack, and he wins over Mason Doherty. Followed by the 4 car at the line. It will be Allison Morris, I think, over Kinsey Van Diver. And up the hill, we had one that goes astray at the end of the race.
If you can't make the show, be the show.
Absolutely. Heat race number 4 there for your factory stocks, 29 strong. As we roll on with our program, coming up next, it will be your Design Welding Sport Compacts.
Sport Compacts, 1 heat of these kiddos and boys and girls and grown men and women. Love this front wheel drive class. Maybe we'll get us a kiddo to help us in a feature race up here, Rodney. We did that last year. Good time doing it. So 43 of Jennifer Kidd on the pole.
We can go check the cooler.
We'll go check the cooler.
We'll go do some quality control.
Yeah, Waters. 43, Jennifer Kidd on the pole, and the outside of 57 of Jake Hall. Inside row number 2, the 00 of Cody Crabb, and the outside the T14 of Taylor Stewart. And the starting 3rd row, the 29K of Dylan Kowalik.
Here we go as they get set, your Sport Compacts. This will be fun right here. This is your beginning class as you check them out here from the grandstands. If you want to get out on the racetrack, if you want to find a affordable way or a little bit more affordable way to get out on the racetrack here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, this is what you need to do right here. It's a great class. What do you say? Half the cylinders, double the fun, or what do you say?
Well,
something like that.
A lot of times it's half the cylinders and twice the fun, but sometimes it's half the cylinders and twice the drama. But they've been pretty good, so I can't really say that now. But maybe after this heat race we can say that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I've always said you don't need a lot of cars to have a lot of drama. Here we go. Out of corner number 4, we're set to go. Mr. Krabs on the point, and we are set. We're off and racing. Off they go down into turn number 1. It is Jake Hall on the top side. Good run for the Saturn down into turn number 1. Mr. Krabs falls back to 3rd. Here comes Dylan Kowalik in car number 29. Off they go down onto the backstretch. Don't forget, race fans, 50-50 tickets on sale if you are here in the racetrack. The lovely Danielle is right there along the front straightaway. Wave at her nicely. Be very nice to her. Do not be mean to her. We will come find you. 50-50 tickets on sale along the front walk.
57 of Jake Hall down the back straightaway, followed closely by the 29K of Kowalik. Kowalik from dead last in this heat, now up into place number 2 as we have 7 laps to go. We'll be coming to 6 to go. 2 down, 6 to go at this time by. But the 57 of Jake Hall, followed by the 29 Dylan Kowalik, the 00 Cody Crabb, and Taylor Stewart in the 14.
Here's what's going to get interesting, Joe. You watch a 57 come off the corner, immediately goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. You watch Kowalik behind him. Kowalik slides it up, and he takes it up higher towards the fence, and he's up in the middle of the racetrack. Here they come off of corner number 4, 57. Well, that time he goes straight up the racetrack. That wasn't intentional, but he goes right back down to the bottom. He's opening up the top shelf. Dylan Kowalik is really, really good. He's going to hang it up on the top side, and he's going to go right around him.
And as you say that, Kowalik straight down to the tires on the bottom side. Good job, Rodney.
There you go.
Way to predict
I'm
it,
gonna
buddy.
just quit saying stuff, man. I'm going to just quit saying stuff.
You're going to feel real bad when the top, never mind. I'm not going to say what's going to happen. 57 to Jake Hall, followed by 29 to Dylan Kowalik. And now it looks like Taylor Stewart on the bottom side going to make a run for that third position with the 00 Cody Crabb on the outside.
Mr. Krabs up on the top side. Oh, I guess he's just Crab. Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob reference right there. You know, trying to. I know we got young viewers. You know, so that's how we're trying to do here. Here we go down to the top. It is the 57 car, Hall hanging on. Kowalik's really trying to get at him, but he's really having to crank the wheels on that car, and he's just not getting the bite. Joe, how hard is it for these cars? I mean, a front-wheel drive car right here. You're running on a skinny tire. I know the cars are light, but still, to get these things, you can't modify anything. You can't get any grip.
No, but you got somebody like Kowalik who's made a lot of laps in these cars. He's figured out what he needs to do to make the car get around. I would overdrive it. I'd probably end up in the catch fence on the top side. So good thing these guys are driving, because if it was me, it would be a big delay, a big red flag. Get Joe out of the catch fence. I'll be hanging by my underwear.
2 to go that time by as Hall takes him onto the back straightaway. Kowalik trying to bite into that lead, but Jake Hall, I keep talking about him going down to the bottom of the racetrack, but he is checking out here as the advantage that time by 1.138 seconds. So it's over a second, 3/8 of a mile to go this time by for Jake Hall. Kowalik's going to try to get a run, but here comes Mama. Mama's coming up on the back door as Taylor Stewart is right there. Let's see if they race it out for a second.
That gap. Where did she come from? Out of nowhere. Taylor Stewart has been very steady. Close that gap. Oh, my goodness. We know what happened last time they raced. Well, not the last time, but a couple times ago. Nope, no contact. She tried. Very close for Taylor Stewart. What a good run by Taylor Stewart. Way back in the back, steady, progressively closed that gap and got there. Good job. All right. You know what's coming up next, Rodney?
Is it your favorite class?
It's my favorite class. I would say it's stock
Take
cars.
a drink.
Take
a drink if you're in the crowd or you're on Speed Pass.
Joe Spillman's favorite class. IMCA stock cars. We got 17 on the card for tonight. The 28 of Sean Paul Lehman on the pole, and the outside the 712 of Colton Monroe. Inside the C3 of Chris Birmingham, and the outside the 4K of Ken Polanski. Inside row number 3, the 33M of Mason Daugherty, and the outside the 114 of Thomas Hall. Inside row number 4, 29 of Marcus Harcrow, and the outside Jason Batt in the 9. Chris Florio making a show here tonight in the 21. So watch that last row. Marcus Harcrow had a heck of a run last night. Started deep in the pack on a very slick racetrack and made his way up into place number 3.
Hey, but how about the Acrobat last night?
He got shuffled to the back early on. It was in an early caution. Had to go to the very back. Green flag. Here we go. The 28 on the bottom side of the 712 of Monroe on the top side. 4K of Polanski now up on the top side, and followed by Thomas Hall, C3 Birmingham. But Ace and Acrobat, oh my goodness, Hall almost takes out the field, but everybody misses him. He was still clean and still green. Monroe now up on the very top side, letting it hang out. Looks like the 28, a little bit of a push now. That's going to open it up for Ken Polanski to get down, and Jason Batt now up in the top 4. Watch Batt work right around the tires. Watch those rear rotors of those brakes. See if he trail brakes that car to keep it down on the bottom. Now Jason Batt works on the bottom side of the 28. It's still going to be Monroe up top, followed by Polanski, Jason Batt in the 28 car.
Monroe trying to hold on, but here comes Ken Polanski. Polanski is right there. They go single file behind him. Trouble. The 28 of Sean Paul Lehman stalls up at the top of the racetrack, back on the gas. Polanski will try to drive it off the hill. Monroe down the back straightaway they go. It's 1.5 car lengths down into the corner. Jason Batt is right there, followed by Daugherty and Harcrow. Birmingham there with Florio. As they pace it out of corner number 4, they double stack them and now hit the front stretch once again. Monroe is there, but Ken Polanski, Batt's the guy on the move. Jason Batt down to the bottom of the racetrack, and Batman will try to drive it off at turn number 2 as he is turning up the heat on Ken Polanski in car number 4.
Colton Monroe with a heck of a run right now has been flawless right up through the middle of the track, letting that right rear dig on the little bit of a cushion that is there. But Polonsky trying everything he can to get by. Jason Batt now going to change his line. No, right back down on the tires. He is letting it drift way up to the wall, cut down on the tires, and now he closes that gap into third position. But it's still going to be Colton Monroe in the 712 out front, but followed by the 4K of Polonsky. Now Jason Batt goes way up to the top side. See if he diamonds it down, drives it down the hill, tries to get that momentum. And now it's going to be 3 wide down the front straightaway, but it's still going to be the 712 of Colton Monroe, followed by Polonsky. Now Jason Batt down on the bottom side.
Side by side is that battle for second. Here's Batt down on the bottom, Polonsky up on the top side. Colton Monroe right there. They go wheel to wheel down into the corner. Doherty is right there behind him. Harcrow 1 car length behind him. This time by it is 2 laps to go. Almost 3 deep out of corner number 4. Up on the top side, Monroe with that 2 lap to go stripe. Here is Polonsky, but here's Batt working down on the bottom. Let's see what Jason Batt does right here. Now Doherty into the battle. Back straight away they go. Polonsky's right there. He's going to try to take a peek down on the bottom. Holding the line is Monroe. Here's Polonsky's opportunity right there. If he can jump down on the inside, as he does. White flag in the air as they go side by side. Still Colton Monroe able to hold on, Joe, as they have 1 lap to go here at CBS.
Colton Monroe still up in that middle to top line there. Ken Polonsky in the middle, and then Jason Batt down on the bottom. But now here comes Doherty, and here comes Marcus Harcrow throwing their hat in the ring. They're just waiting for anything to happen. Jason Batt in a little hot, a little heavy. Half spins it. He needs a top 5 to qualify. Still going to get there right in front of Harcrow. And it's going to be Colton Monroe leads it from the green to the checker, followed by Ken Polonsky. Doherty sneaks up in the top 3. Jason Batt and Marcus Harcrow will be your top 5.
Jason Batt drives that thing into turn number 3, gives it everything he has right there on that final lap, has a little bit of trouble. Marcus Harcrow, I don't know how much brake he has in that car, but I think he probably used every bit of it right there.
It might be broke now.
Absolutely. His brakes ought to be glowing after that one. What a race. Browning iStock Heat Race number 1.
I thought Acrobat was going to throw a little bit of a slider there, and then I think he thought better of it, and then it just kind of got sideways and awkward. And so it's like the drunk uncle at Christmas. It just got awkward there, and he just like, let's just dive it down through the middle. All right, Heat Race number 2, rolling out on the track right now. The 81 of Ryan Childress. Outside will be the 94 of Allison Morris. Inside, row number 2, the 20T of Thomas Hall, and the outside, the 01T of Tracy Schoner. Inside, row number 3, the 0 of Tim Carman, and the outside, the 70 of George Egbert. Inside, row number 4, the 23 of CJ Gray. Starting shotgun, Dustin Mooney. Watch the outside last 2 rows. Papa George, Mooney, watch them work through traffic, and let's see if they can get up to the front.
Here we go as we get them all in line. We had set to go your Browning IMCA Stock Cars Heat Race number 2 here on night number 2 of the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series. We'll talk about all of this extra money. Remember, it's a 3-race series. Last week, tonight, and August the 7th. You've got your point championships. All of that's happening, but this is a separate series. So there's extra money involved right here. There's championships that are to be won in the Summer Showdown Series presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Here we go. We are set to go as the field gathers in for an 8-lap heat race. Green flag in the air. Off we go. Here are your iStocks. It is Childress. Morris up on the top side, down into turn number 1. Childress nice and steady. Here comes Mooney. Mooney down to the bottom of the racetrack. J.C. Scherner up on the top side. Papa George settles back. He goes to the back of the pack. Trouble on the 94 as the 0 goes down to the bottom. Now they dice it down into turn number 3. Childress backs it up. A little bit of bumper tag, Joe, but everybody's able to stay clean and green. And here we go, lap number 1. The 94 of Morris is right there as Childress tries to hold on. Papa George just sitting there waiting at the back of the pack.
Sitting and waiting, but Tim Carman, who's had a rough start of this year, he's only had a couple in that race car. Old-time racer for Texas Thunder days. Back at the Punisher, we like to call him back in the day. But now he's up into the 3rd position and has a good run going right now. But it's going to be Ryan Childress out front in the 81 and the 94 of Allison Morris. Now she's going to dive down to the bottom, slide it up in front of Childress. Childress going to cross it under, drive under Morris now. What a good crossover move. That was a signature slide job crossover, if you could ever have one right there between the 94 of Morris and the 81 of Ryan Childress.
Carman goes to the top of the racetrack. That's going to open up a hole right there for Dustin Mooney. Mooney on the back bumper there. Carman will go to the 2nd spot, trying to hang on his Childress. Scherner down on the bottom. Papa George Egbert 3 wide off of the corner. A little bit of backup right there. Maybe a little bit of contact with Childress. Here comes Papa George. A little bit of a shove right there to Dustin Mooney. He'll help him into the corner. Carman up to the top of the racetrack. Allison Morris working in the middle of the racetrack. You got a pack of cars happening right there from 2nd place on back. as Tim Carmen hanging on. Now they go single file. Everybody going up to the top shelf. Childress so much that I think he may have scraped up against the fence up on the top side, going to the back straightaway. Carmen holding on, but here comes Mooney in the 5, knocking on the door. Here is Papa George Egbert Joe in car number 70.
Yeah, but I go back to that move that Allison Morris did. I don't know that I've seen her put a slide job on somebody, and that was a textbook slide job that Allison Morris did right there. Slid it up in front, got the lead, and now has pulled the field by half a straightaway. Tim Carmen now working up there through the top in the middle of the track, trying to get by. It's still going to be the 94 of Allison Morris. We got 2 on the back straightaway, dead in the water.
Yeah, 2 cars sideways there. It looks like Tracy Scherner and the 81 car Ryan Childress get turned back there. Man, Childress, man, what a nice run he has there. They were getting a little racy back there. There was contact in turn number 1, and it ends up like that. Allison Morris has to be thinking, why yellow? Why couldn't you get to the infield?
Can't we just wave it off now? Let's just give him the checkered flag.
So here we go, brand new race right here. We talked about Mooney and we talked about Papa George. Now you've got those 2 sitting 3rd and 4th in a 5-car race. Childress is going to make his way back out. But now this is where Mooney, the experience with Mooney and Papa George Egbert, this is where, but Carmen as well, like you talked about, this is going to be a good test for Allison Morris because she's got about 5,000 years of experience right here behind her.
Lots of experience behind Allison Morris. Tim Carmen won track championships, won a lot of feature races in the old days, back in the day. Back here now, so here we go. The 94 will be out front, Allison Morris, followed by the 0 of Tim Carmen, the 5 of Mooney, and the 70 of Papa George and Ryan Childress now in the back.
Got to talk once again about all that bonus money that is a part of the Summer Showdown Series. You've got $9,344 that's in the pot tonight, and a big thanks to all of the folks that are helping put some money into that. You've got Gunslinger Ammo, you've got ACM Services, Randy's Wrecker, Scott Mitchell Welding, BBFmerch.com, Alverson Motorsports, CRS Speed Secrets, Keller Williams Realty, Advance Auto Parts, of course, and Race on Texas, which we are live on Speed Pass tonight. So all of that money that we are looking, bonus money that's in the pot here tonight, and it keeps growing. Remember, bonus money as it stands right now for each one of these classes, $500 for first, $250 for second, $150 for third, $125 for fourth, $100 for the fifth place finisher in each one of the classes, $75 6th through 15th. So that's extra money in the kitty here for the Summer Showdown Series presented by Advance Auto Parts and all of these great folks that we talked about. As well, a big thanks to All In Design. Had a great conversation with Anthony Gordon in our pre-race show, so that was a great talk with him as well. Lots of cool things that All In Designs does for racing here in the state of Texas. Also, that great merchandise, we actually were able to see some of that merchandise presented by BBFmerch.com, some of our Summer Showdown Series. We've got some caps and shirts, all of that for sale. If you are here at the racetrack, that is for sale down underneath the main grandstand. So make your way down there if you want some of the official merchandise of the Advance Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series. We have that for sale down underneath the grandstands. And a big thanks to Alpha One Chevrolet Buick in Rockdale for sponsoring our pre-race show. Of course, they're a partner with us here as well at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So thanks, Alpha One Chevrolet Buick in Rockdale, as we get set to go racing.
All right, we're going to have the lights out on the back straightaway. We've got 5 laps down, 3 laps to go. Thanks, Rodney, for all of that replay of what all's going on. A lot of stuff behind the scenes happening to make this Summer's Showdown Series work. And big thanks out to Cotton Bowl Speedway making this work.
Yeah, we can have all the bonus money we want, but we got to have a place to give it away. Here we go. We're set to go in the restart zone. Texas 2-step restart. Carmen on the gas. He'll slide it sideways. Mooney up to the top side. Morris 1 car length into turn number 1. Allison goes to the top of the racetrack. Papa George down on the bottom. Tim Carmen right there. Side by side, the battle for second. Tim Carmen slips just a bit there. Up to the top side goes Mooney. He'll lead by 1 car length over Carmen down into turn number 1. 2 car lengths up to the front. Allison Morris, Joe. This time 2 laps to go. Let's see if Allison can hold off this mad pack of veterans.
Allison Morris still out front. Dustin Mooney, as we said, started way back in the pack. But Tim Carmen now up in the third position. Papa George kind of bided his time, dodged some bullets, now in the top 4. Top 5 will qualify here as we have 2 heat races, I believe it is. Yes, 2 heat races, so top 5 will qualify. White flag will be out. It's going to be Allison Morris, followed by Dustin Mooney, followed by Papa George now, and then Tim Carmen, and it's going to be Ryan Childress and Tracy Schoner.
They've got just over half a lap to go here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Back straight away they go. Papa George drives it off the hill. He will hold on to that third spot as they race down into turn number 3. Allison Moore's trying to hang on. Dustin Mooney like a madman down on the bottom, but he goes up the racetrack. Double checkered flags in the air. Give it to Allison Morris. What a drive for the driver of car number 94A as she holds off Mooney, Papa George Egbert, Tim Carmen, Ryan Childress, your top 5. Good racing here in heat race number 2.
Good race, and it's good to see Allison Morris get that heat race win. Had struggled a little bit, had some bad stuff happen between the factory stock and the stock car. So good to see her. Every now and then you need that little boost of confidence. You know, I can do this. I'm not just throwing my time and money away, you know, and that's what it takes. It takes those checkered flags. So good to see the 94 there. All right. Heat race number 1 of your Southern Sport Mod, your INCA Southern Sport Mods, a 38 of Jackie Davis, and the outside of 32 of Robert Stewart. Inside, row number 2, Todd McLemore in a 54M, and the outside, the 7Q of Stephen Barterio. Inside, row number 3, the 12D of Dwayne Owens, and the outside, the 21S of Ricky Smith. Inside, row number 4, the H14 of Heath Stewart, and the outside, 717 of GW Egbert.
Feel right here, Joe. This is going to be some superb racing right here. Stewart up on the outside. Todd McLemore right there in the 54M. Of course, Magnum Custom Trailers, they sponsor our modifieds. Of course, Magnum Custom Trailers, we're Magnum customers. I mean, those are great folks right there. All your trailer needs, whether it's new, parts, used, whatever. Magnum Custom Trailers, they've done it for a long time, and they've been a long time supporter of racing here in Texas, and we get set to go as we are ready. The field into turn number 3, set to go. Nathan Lavender in the birdcage. Heat race number 1 for your Sport Mods. We are off and racing. Into turn number 1 they go. Robert Stewart from the outside of the front row. Here's McLemore down to the bottom, back straightaway, side-by-side battle. As you've got the second place battle happening right there. Bortello right there, but up on the top side, the 38 car, Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis holding on to second. Bortello down to the bottom, car number 21 sitting up on the top side. Here we go, back onto the front straightaway once again. That is Rookie Smith, but they are all chasing Robert Stewart. Back straightaway they go, Stewart holding on. 38 car, Jackie Davis is right there, side by side. Rookie Smith there in the 21S. Smith trying to hang down on the bottom. McLemore, a little bit of contact there. Stewart on the binders as he's able to miss. That's Heath Stewart. Back on the gas they go. McLemore sitting down at the bottom of the racetrack at turn number 4. It looks like he sits down on the bottom as they go 3 wide. GW Egbert off of corner number 2. We are good. McLemore back on the gas. Here is GW Egbert. Egbert takes a peek down on the bottom. The 7 car sitting right there. They come off of the corner. Bortello there, but it's too much G-Dub down on the bottom. G-Dub now chasing Rookie Smith, and they are all chasing Robert Stewart on the back straightaway they go. It is Stewart. He leads by 12 car lengths on the backstretch. Taking the field down into turn number 3. The battle now is back there for the 4th spot. Down on the bottom side, the 717 of GW Egbert. Good push right behind him. Here comes Heath Stewart in the 14. The 7 is sitting right there of Bortello. Bortello trying to hold that spot, but he's got Stewart all over his back bumper, but it's Egbert down on the bottom. Rookie Smith pushes up the racetrack. Egbert will drive down on the bottom side, so G-Dub now up on the podium. Stewart's going to come down to the bottom of the racetrack as Smith will try to hang on back up to the front of the pack as you check in on Speed Pass presented by Race on Texas. Front of the pack, it is Robert Stewart onto the back straightaway. Stewart leads right now once again, trying to open up that advantage. He's got it at about 10 car lengths. The 38 car sitting there in the 2nd spot. Nice run for Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis on the gas as we are 2 laps to go this time by. Stewart is there. Davis in chase. GW Egbert hanging on, but now it is really shaping up for that 4th place battle. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Rookie Smith. Rookie Smith down on the bottom. Stewart on the gas. Off they go. Stewart, Robert Stewart in cruise control, but here's a good push from Davis. White flag in the air one more time around for the driver of car number 32. Stewart trying to hang on in that pink car number 32, back straightaway they go. Now starting to settle down a little bit further back there. Third place, Egbert right there. Heath Stewart right behind him. Onto the back straightaway they go. But up at the front of the pack, checkered flag in the air, out of corner number 4. It is Robert Stewart. He will win heat race number 1 in your sport mods, followed by Jackie Davis in car number 38. It'll be Egbert, Heath Stewart, and Rookie Smith rounding out your top 5.
Thank you, Rodney. Had a little technical difficulties. You know, my batteries went dead. So that was the best race of the night for the crowd. They didn't have to hear me. They all love that. All right,
Good stuff,
79,
man.
David Meredith on the pole, heat race number 2, and the outside, the 10D of Don Painter. Inside row number 2, the 73D of Jacob Horch, and the outside, the R3W, that's Rick Wolf. Inside row number 3, Tom Grothus, and the outside, 777, that's James Honish. Inside row number 4, Jason Hubert Sr. in the 778, and the outside, Trent Beaver.
Very competitive field right here. You got some big hitters right there. You got Honish, you got Hubert, Trent Beaver making his way over, and Invader here tonight. Of course, you got Painter up on the front side. Rick Wolf, awful strong. Tommy Grothu's a veteran. This will be fun for heat race number 2. Man, what a car count tonight with your sport mods. The car count is great all the way around. But talk about your sport mods and your factory stocks, man. We have packed the rafters here tonight.
23 of the sport mods, 29 factory stocks. So anytime you get 20 plus, it always makes for a little exciting feature race. Poor scorers up here having to try to count with their fingers and toes. But we'll figure it out as we go, or they will. I would be lost.
Well,
so
but
let's be honest.
Cotton Bowl Speedway is lucky because they have the queen of scorers. They got the best.
We had her last night over at Heart of Texas.
Yeah.
It's Ann Weir.
Ann Weir.
She
The
might have
best.
been around longer than she's been around longer than transponders.
Careful.
Longer than transponders.
At least you didn't say longer than a pencil, so that's all good.
She used to use a quill and ink.
She is the best. It is Ann Weir. We're set to go. Green flag, David Meredith on the gas. Painter up on the top side, and it is Painter with the whole shot down into turn number 1, and dynamic Don Painter up on the top of the racetrack. Meredith hanging on at second. They get tied up there behind him. Grothu's a little bit of contact as you got one sailing down to the bottom, but we stay clean and green. Honish holding on there in third, and now the battle shaping up behind him. Lap number 1, Joe. It is Painter. Painter double dipping once again. Don jumps out of that factory stock, jumps into this one. It's just like a walk in the park. Here he is up at the front. Meredith giving chase, and he's got a pack behind him.
He's got a long ways to go, too. Painter, once he gets out front, is usually flawless. If it was you saying that, you'd probably jinx him, but it's going to be, the 79 all by himself. Spins out, collects anybody. A little bit of debris down there in the middle of 3 and 4. So we're going to make sure that's not a chunk of iron out there. There is some debris down there, so we got some track help going down there to get that. But as I was saying, Don Painter out front, very flawless out there. The 79 of Meredith had a good run going, got in a little hot, spun it sideways. As fast as all those race cars were going and coming to him, pretty fortunate only to rip off the right rear quarter panel and maybe some decking and sail panel there, or spoiler it looks like. So,
and that's always one of those spins, Joe, where sitting yourself behind the wheel, you want a quick spin. I mean, you want that car spinning out just as fast as possible. When you get a slow, lazy spin like that, it's like, oh, man, where do I go?
It's like, whoa,
where do I go?
You just don't know where to go.
Yeah,
so.
long, drawn out. Meredith, very fortunate, and the guys behind him. That's all we talk about, Joe, so many times. You can't drive at the end of your hood. You got to be looking way out beyond.
You got to look down that racetrack. You can't look. You got to look past the air cleaner. So, but all right, 10.
Look at Painter's right front.
Yeah.
Boy, that is.
He's got a lot of.
That is
looks like a lot of toe to that car. I didn't see him get into anybody.
No.
It looks towed out. A lot of caster camber in that right front.
Yeah,
tire. All right.
That left front is actually kinked in pretty good as well. So he may have been a center link right there with what may have happened there. But hell, it's not slowing him down. It is not slowing him down. Looks like lights are off around the racetrack, so we will get set to go. We will get set to go once again. Texas two-step restart. Don Painter drives it off the hill. Green and going. We're off and rolling once again. Look at that right front.
Wow. Painter's got to have a bent upper A-arm or maybe a ball joint right there in the 10D. Now Painter up on the top side. This 777 of Honish down on the bottom, followed by the 14 trying to make their way through. The Trent Beaver up in the top 3 from the last row, and then Hubert now up in the top 4, but it's still going to be Honish now. You got to imagine that Painter's got a little bit of handling issues, scrubbing off a lot of speed with that front end messed up like it is. And it's going to be Honish down on the bottom, followed by Painter up on the top side, and the 14 of Beaver on the bottom, and the 778 of Hubert following in fourth position. R3W of Rick Wolf now in 5th.
You can watch Painter. We could say that he's rim riding, but I think that car is rim riding itself. That thing is going up to the top of the racetrack. As this happens, Beaver down on the bottom. Here's Beaver, the youngster out of San Antonio, on the gas right here as he is now 1 car length behind the former national champion here near. A little bit of brake check right there, but they're able to get it going. The 777 holding on, the 14 there. Painter, you know Painter's just having to hold on for dear life on that car right now, but here comes Hubert. And how cool was it to see Hubert finally pick up that win in that 778? Just such a good dude right there, always competitive. Here he is in 4th.
Picked up a couple of wins at Heart of Texas earlier this year. We got the 73 now off the field, 79 off the field, but 777 of Honish on the bottom, and the 14 of Beaver now up on the top side. Beaver seems to have a little faster race car, just can't get around the experience of Honish in the 777. But as we were saying, Hubert now up in the top 3. Hubert picked up a couple of wins at Heart of Texas, very hard place to win, a couple of wins earlier this season, and now he is in the third position. We got one around, and Don Painter around and off the pace and in the infield, so we are still clean and green. Honish now down on the bottom, followed by Beaver in the 778 of Hubert, and now that's the, is that Rick? No, it's Rick Wolf in the 5th position.
So off they go. Tommy Grothu's right there sitting in the 4th spot in the 11T. Back straight away they go. Everybody goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Final time around here in heat race number 2 for your sport mods. It is Honish. Honish working down at the bottom. Beaver's going to chase him around. Hubert will hang on, followed by Grothu's. There is your checkered flag. James Honish, Trent Beaver, Jason Hubert, followed by Tom Grothu's. That is your top 4. Rick Wolf rounds out the top 5. A battered number 73 able to finish off. You know Don Painter will have to go back and they'll have to dissect what's happened in that front end. Something very off.
Something very off. The funny thing is, I mean, funny to me, maybe not funny to you, but he was way out front. I don't know what really happened there to Don Painter.
Let's take a look as we are on Speed Pass. We have a replay of what might have happened right there in that situation to really just take that right front out. Lots of damage there as you saw that car extremely towed out. Here is that replay. As they dive down into the corner, there is Painter taking the field around. There was contact there at the back. Trying to get the car around was the 73.
I never saw the 10 get into
79.
Anybody, but he may have clipped a tire and we didn't know about it. All right, heat race number 3, rolling out the 7 of Kevin Parker, and the outside the V8 of Dennis Hanley. Inside row number 2, Rowdy Chenard, and the outside Devin Leger. Inside row number 3, the 22M of Anthony Gordon, and the outside the 21T of Taylor Florio. Shotgun on the field. That is Joe Maple. Joe Maple with all those sponsor stickers on his car. Ha.
Shiny as ever. Look at that.
CRS suspension. Brought to you.
Steady Joe Maple as we get set to go. Kevin Parker up on the point.
I think that guy had more second place finishes last year than most people ever have in their life.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the guy where, and so many of them, Joe, was like leading on lap 19.
Yeah. And I would go down and congratulate the winner, and I'd just go talk to Joe, and I'd be like, I'm sorry, buddy. That's all I could say.
The bridesmaid. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Parker brings the field, and we are racing once again here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, night number 2. Summer Showdown Series presented by Advance Auto Parts, side by side. Up at the top here is Leger. Leger working on the top side, Parker down on the bottom. 3 wide, up in the air goes Chenard. 2 spin down on the bottom. Yellow flag as Chenard into the fence. Anthony Gordon's involved. That was a melee coming off of turn number 2, Joe. 3 wide with no fenders. Man, you get those wheels on top of each other, and you are going to have some stuff happening.
I was afraid Chenard was going to go over there. He got into the right front into the wall, and I was afraid that the 29 was going to go on his lid. So thankfully he did not. I believe he took some damage last week. I saw on Facebook talking about it. Definitely some hard damage this week from Rowdy Chenard in the 28 car.
You can take a look right there as you see that car sitting over on the backstretch, whether you're checking in on Speed Pass or right here in the grandstands. You look at that front end right there. You've got that bumper pushed straight up, but you've got those wheels as well on the front of that machine. Actually, he's off and rolling.
He's going to
It
drive
actually looks pretty square, yeah. Looks like he's okay. Boy, that bumper's ready to run into somebody. It's in the exact right spot. But, yeah, oh so close coming off of the corner. You had those three wide.
I really thought he was going to go over.
So here we come. The field rolls around. We will have a total restart, complete restart right here. Parker up on the point. Leger, you got to like that. Leger shot out of a cannon right there. Is Leger working up on the top side. That Leger name synonymous with racing here in the state of Texas. That great racing family out of Magnolia. Super late model are now over on the dirt side. We're set to go. Kevin Parker down on the inside. Up on the top side, it is Leger, Joe Maple, Taylor Florio, green and going. Here we go, heat race number 3 for your sport mods. Down into turn number 1, Leger, 1 car length advantage up to the top of the racetrack. Joe Maple down to the bottom. Parker is there. Taylor Florio side by side on the back straightaway, almost 3 wide once again. Here is Maple. Maple down to the bottom of the racetrack. Florio up on the top side. Gordon able to sneak by Parker. He'll take the 4th place spot out of corner number 4. It is Leger leading lap number 1. T. Florio hanging on to the 2nd spot up on the top side. Steady Joe Maple driving down on the bottom. Look at all those stickers on that car. Here they go onto the back straightaway. Joe Maple free and clear will take the 2nd spot.
Kevin Parker from the dead pole position to dead last position in 1 lap right there. Not sure how that happened here in the sport mods, but now out front will be the 9 of Leger.
Look at the battle there for the 2nd place. You've got 3 of them all racing together. Throw a blanket on them right there. Here is Anthony Gordon on the gas. Maple up on the top side. Here they go side by side down into corner number 3. Gordon trying to hang on. I guess no damage to that 22 car because it's running on a rail right here. But you want to talk about running on a rail. You see our speed shot on Speed Pass. It is Leger in car number 9 hanging on. Joe, I just love the line of the 9 car. He just sails that thing right up into the corner, diamonds right off, pushes right down off of the hill, and drives down the back straightaway.
What a great race right now going on. Leger out front, followed by now Gordon in the 22. Like you said, had a little damage earlier on, able to drive through that and drive straight down. Here we go, straight away behind the field will be Parker, but out front will be Leger in the 9, the 22 of Gordon, and then the 23 of Maple and Taylor Florio in the 21T.
They go single file as we work. We are past the halfway point this time by. There are 3 laps to go that time by for David Leger in car number 9 leading. Here's Gordon down. Gordon working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Gordon's coming to play right here. We talked to him on our pre-race show here a little bit earlier, presented by Alpha One Chevrolet Buick in Rockdale, and he talked about that extra drive. This is that paint scheme we talked about. This is that Alamo Hot Rod Parts former owner. This is Gerald's Colors right here, and here he is down at the bottom. He's going to wheel drive down on the bottom. Here we go, Joe, side by side, almost on the back straightaway. Different lines right here. Let's see if he dives it down to the bottom. Leger sails up. Here comes Gordon.
Gordon down on the bottom, trying to get the meat out of the front straightaway. It's going to be Leger by 1/2 of a car length, but Gordon right down on the bottom in the meat. You can see that dark part of the track down there. Little bit of drive off, but it's still going to be Leger up on the top side with the momentum, and Gordon down on the bottom side, followed by Maple and followed by Taylor Florio.
This time Leger down to the bottom of the racetrack, blocks off that preferred line. Here comes Gordon up on the top side. What a move as he goes top shelf and wins by 1/2 a car length. Anthony Gordon.
Leger might have wanted to keep that top line right there. He thought he was going to take that line away from Gordon. And Gordon, what a pass right there at the line.
Oh, man, don't fix it if it ain't broke. My Gordon on the top side.
You get out there, it's easy to make the wrong decision, and that's exactly what happened right there, Leger. But still, top 4 all qualify, so it will be all right.
It's worth the sticker.
Yeah, you get the sticker. All right, here we go. Magnum IMCA Modifieds rolling out on the track right now. Let's get them up here. Here we go. Up front, heat race number 1, the 95 of Lightning McGreen. Outside, James Bohannon, a third in a 26. Cody Tidwell, last week's winner in a 17, and a hard time Henderson, a 163 on the outside. Inside, row number 3, the 01 of Derek Scott Jr. Slight change.
I think on Speed Pass we have heat number 2.
Yeah, that's heat race number 2 up on Speed Pass. My bad. 20T of Troy Sedale on the inside pole, and the outside of Chris Morris in a 94. 14T of Talon Minton, and the outside of 48R of Raymond McSpadden. Inside, the 715 of JP Dowell, and the outside, Alan Dean. And here we go, green flag racing. Chris Morris gets a good run up on the top side, followed by the 20 of Sedale, and then
McSpadden up into the fence there as they go into turn number 1, but he's able to get it rolling once again. Talon Minton is sitting in that second spot. McSpadden there, he is off and going. I think he made some contact, hopefully minimal right there. Alan Dean shotgun on the field. Here we go. It is Chris Morris leading over Talon Minton, the 20 car sitting there of Troy Seidel. Now Seidel up the hill. He will maybe make a little bit of contact, maybe there with the back corner of the car down into
English,
corner
Rodney.
number.
English.
The race fan in me. It's like sitting in the stands. Here
They're
we
going
go.
fast. They're going fast.
Morris another lap as he continues to lead here in heat race number 1.
Chris Morris now through the middle of the racetrack. Minton down on the very bottom. McSpadden recovering from that early mishap where he skated right up into the catch fence almost. It's going to be a solid third right now, but now Morris letting it drift up, let that right rear eat up on the cushion as Minton is right down on the tires working around the bottom side. Now Raymond McSpadden in third position there, but it's still going to be Chris Morris followed by Minton, followed by McSpadden will be your top 3.
Onto the back straightaway they go. It is Chris Morris hanging on. Talon Minton right there, the driver out of Seguin as he sits in the second spot. He rides about 8 car lengths behind. The front straightaway they go once again. A lot of separation right there at the front of the pack as Raymond McSpadden's Tire and Automotive sitting down at the bottom of the racetrack, working down at the bottom. It looks like he's running the same groove there as we're watching Talon Minton. You watch Chris Morris. Morris lets his drift up to the top of the racetrack, and Joe's still very impressed here with the racetrack. You don't see a lot of dust. Matter of fact, you don't see any dust. You may see a little bit of smoke, but this track is taken in really, really well.
Yeah, it has, and with the hot summer Texas days that we're starting to get into now finally, which is hard for me to say because I really have enjoyed the weather lately, but we're starting to get where it's hard to keep a track, hard to keep any moisture, any juice in the track, as we're going to have 2 laps to go this time. By 2 laps to go, it's still going to be Chris Morris, followed by Talon Minton and Raymond McSpadden. Now, you got Morris working through the middle and the top side of the track, but you got Talon Minton and McSpadden working right on the bottom and then letting it drift all the way up to the wall and then back down now on the tires.
White flag in the air. Here is Chris Morris off of corner number 4. He will take the field down into turn number 1. And Morris leads that time by 2.93 seconds. Back straightaway they go. Bottom of the racetrack. Here is Morris. He'll drift to the middle, back down to the bottom once again. So the Morris doing really well tonight. Checkered flags in the air. Allison wins a heat race. Chris wins a heat race in the modifieds. Talon Minton will come home second, followed by Raymond McSpadden. Heat race number 1 in your Magnum Custom Trailer IMCA Modifieds. Night number 3 of the Summer Showdown Series, presented by the great folks at Advance Auto Parts.
All right, here we go. Heat race number 2 rolling out. Your Magnum IMCA Modifieds, a 95 of Lightning McGreen on the pole, and the outside, the 26 of James Bohannon the third. Inside, row number 2, 17 of Cody Tidwell, and the outside, the 163 Hardy Hardtime Henderson. Derek Scott Jr. on the inside, row number 3, and the outside, Rick Talley. We talked about it. So I think we talked about earlier, Derek Scott Jr., Hardy Henderson. If you're in your top 3, there's one more I believe there is. I don't. But they are in your top 3 for your points chase here in your summer series.
Here we go, rolling them around. Heat race number 2, Lightning McGreen, the fan favorite right there. In that 95 car up on the point, Bohannon on the top side. They go side by side as we are ready to roll. 8 laps. 6 cars. Heat race number 2, Magnum IMCA Modifieds as they hit the start zone. McGreen on the gas. Nathan Lavender, green flag. We're racing once again at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Good push up on the top side. Bohannon, but here comes hard time Hardy Henderson. Hardy Henderson, he'll try to scoop down to the bottom. Code Red, Cody Tidwell off of corner number 2, side by side. Tidwell down on the bottom. Up on the top side, it is Henderson. These two going wheel to wheel. Here comes Derek Scott coming down to the bottom of the racetrack. Out of corner number 1, Bohannon hanging on, but the battle is happening right there behind him. Tidwell is there. Right to his right elbow is the 163 of Hardy Henderson. Joe, onto the backstretch they go. Henderson trying to hang it up on the top side, but Tidwell able to get the drive. He'll scoop up in front of the 163.
Cody Tidwell in S17 has that car free enough to make it rotate right around the tire, stay in that moisture, stay in the bite, and that is what he has done so well all year long, is make that car go fast around the shortest way around that racetrack. Gets a little sideways there, just about takes him and Hardy out, gathers it up. Hardy Henderson checks it up, gets on the binders, lets him go, and that keeps from wrecking the field behind him. But out front is still going to be Bohannon, followed by Cody Tidwell, Hardy Henderson at 0-1 of Derek Scott.
Bohannon leads by just over half a second that time by, but as I say that, Cody Tidwell with a tremendous drive into corner number 1, and now he shortens that advantage to about 4 car lengths. Nice drive into the corner as Tidwell will go to the top shelf. He'll take Henderson with him. Derek Scott works down on the bottom. He'll bottom feed and try to work around Henderson, but into turn number 1 they go, way up to the top. Just swooping up there is Bohannon trying to drive down on the bottom. Here comes Cody Tidwell up to the quarter panel. A little bit of contact right there. You saw it. Down into the corner they go now. Tidwell's going to go up to the top side. Bohannon working down on the bottom. Crossover move right here. If he's on the gas, can he make the pass? Bohannon slams the door right there. Tidwell had an opportunity, just couldn't get the grip. Here he comes back down to the bottom. Joe driving it off of turn number 2. Brand new leader momentarily on the backstretch.
Cody Tidwell made a mistake the last time, got in a little bit hot, couldn't diamond it down and get right down on the bottom. That second time he did not let that happen, and now we're going to get another slider as we come down to front straight. A crossover by Cody Tidwell, and a Bohannon still out front, and it's going to be Cody Tidwell in the second place on the bottom side. Good slicing and dicing from the front 2. They are giving and taking, though. They are letting each other race, and now let's see what happens this time. Bohannon down on the bottom side. Cody Tidwell opens up his entry, going to skate down on the bottom. Going to see if he can close that door as we come to the white flag. It's still going to be Bohannon. Comes down, cuts down on top of Cody Tidwell just a little bit. Cody Tidwell down on the bottom side. Bohannon way up on the top side. Oh, Code Red. He got too close to Joe Spillman right there and spun out.
I got to tell you, James Bohannon, man, oh my God, my goodness, around goes Bohannon. Here comes Hardy Henderson out of corner number 4. It's a dead heat to the line. The leader goes away. Hard time, Hardy Henderson. Probably the luckiest win he's ever had in his 50 million years of racing.
He's been racing 50 million years, but that's probably pretty lucky right there. Hardy just kind of biding his time. He waits for first place to spin. He waits for first place again to spin. He goes from third to first. Hardy Anderson.
Hardy's thinking about what he's going to do during intermission. He's like, I'm going to go get me a cheeseburger.
Ticket now.
Yeah, absolutely. What a finish. Hardy Henderson as Code Red, Cody Tidwell, and Bohannon. I was just about to say how I love the line that Bohannon was running. I'm glad I didn't say it. Glad I didn't say it.
We're going to have a quick little pause for the cause. Don't forget, you can go down to the concession stand, get yourself a cold beverage, get yourself something to eat, stretch your legs a little bit, take a pause, make a run to the restroom. We'll be right back to our racing action in just a few minutes.
And don't forget, if you were here at the racetrack, you've got that merchandise down there. The Summer Showdown Series merchandise available down there. We've got a couple of them up here. Really good-looking caps, great-looking shirts. Go on down there, get yourself one of those. Remember, the Summer Showdown Series, this is night number 2. Intermission, friends.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. Adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either 54933 CRS1.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and
Big thanks to all of our
hunting,
racetrack
click to find
sponsors
the
here
map
at
and
Cotton Bowl
trailer's
Speedway
location
for
nearest you.
2021. Of course, Victory Lane presented by Craig's Jewelry. Ken Ladd, what a great friend of the racetrack he is. Craig's Jewelry, great partner to us here at CBS. It is Craig's Jewelry. Say hello to Ken Ladd if you happen to see him. Just one of the good dudes that we have, along with Ladd's Gold Exchange. MagnumTrailers.com, Direct Propane Services, Browning Auto Parts, JT Appraisal, Alpha One, Chevrolet and Buick in Rockdale, Advanced Auto Parts, Insty Prints, Design Welding and Fabrication, Rachel Plant Picture Taker, Randy's Record Service, Gunslinger Ammo, the J. Irwin Company, ACM Services, Rundot Farms, Race on Texas with SpeedPass.net, Emily Montalvo with Keller Williams Realty, Tex-Mex or Tex-Mix, and Pistols Transmissions. Additional information at racecbs.com. And remember to follow Cotton Bowl Speedway on Facebook at Cotton Bowl.
Gift and Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch. Here comes Training Partner.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winners.
Come past it with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and the
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bond trying to move to the top of the track. And how about Shane Sterling on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
All right. How old are you, pretty lady? Years old. What's your name? Raceland. All right, where are you from, Raceland? She's from Texas. Raceland from Texas. Your 5-year-old Power Wheels winner. Look right over here for some pictures. There we go. Nice.
George Michael
Raceland, your 5-year-old winner. Here we go.
With his first release from the Faith album. It was also the third single release from the Beverly Hills Cop.
She hit the nitrous right there.
Cop 2.
Almost flipped over.
I Want Your Sex.
What do we got left?
Set a lot of parents' hair on fire back in the day. They just didn't read the lyrics deep enough to understand that it was all about monogamy. Of course, at number 5 this week on the VJ Big 40, Alan Hunter with Mark and Nina. Whitney Houston nabbed her second Grammy for this next song, the first release from her second album, Whitney. Returning once again to producer, songwriter, and now
I'm going to race him, but I was going to pull a hamstring, so I decided not.
Who co-produced her debut album.
Got a little.
She returned also to the songwriting team of Shannon Rubicam and Georgia Merrill, also known as the band Boy Meets Girl. They wrote her other hit, How Will I Know, from her debut. Off its peak at the top of the charts this week at number 4 from Whitney Houston. This is
y'all ready down there?
Dance with Somebody.
Ready? Let's count it down. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, this is a good one right here. She's looking over there, too. She's like, oh, man, maybe we'll get a draft back here. Look at a bump draft.
Two winners. 2 for the 1.
Remember, they're all winners. All of them are out there. They're winners right here. This is now we have our next generation right here. As these power like this. This is cool.
All right. What's your name, buddy?
Bruce.
Bruce, how old are you?
4.
No, 5. Okay, what's your name, sweetie? Lucy? Lucy, were you scared? You were hanging on for your life. She was brave lady right there, Lucy. Bruce and Lucy, where are you from, bud?
Texas.
Texas. Man, I got these kids trained. They're all from Texas. 5-year-old Lucy, Bruce.
I like that, Texas. Well done, well done.
Once again, thanks to all the parents and the kids. We know it's them out here, but man, it sure is fun to watch them run up and down the racetrack. We're going to do the 50-50 ticket right now. So if you got a 50-50, get it out.
Good thing about the 50. My mic sucks.
The good thing, it works when you say that. The good thing about 50-50 is the announcers only take $10 each or 2 beers, whichever way you want to make it work.
Exactly.
We'll let you pick $10 or 2 beers.
Seriously, the good thing is, remember, you win this. This is unreportable cash that you don't have to report.
Except for that guy over there, he's an IRS agent.
Yeah.
I saw him with his badge out.
Exactly. He came in flashing his credentials there. So hopefully you have your ticket there. What's the pot or the? I guess probably the wrong word.
We're not in California. We're not in Colorado.
We're not in the
word
backyard.
pot.
How much? Hundy.
Hundy.
I like the little thing right there. Like the bingo, it's like
I hope this one's mine.
before and after.
That's what my wife said. Before you, I was happy.
Yeah, me
All right.
too.
643477.
Is it neat being able to see those little numbers?
It's cool.
Yeah,
You should
I
try
would
it
know.
someday.
I would know. I can't.
643477.
Y'all better hurry. Come get her. We're going to draw another one, or we'll just take it and run. Maybe that's my ticket.
50 for you.
50
for me.
50. Hey, y'all, we got feature
Uh-oh.
races coming up. Hey, man on a mission right there.
Dude, I think he
He's
bought
coming.
more than $100 worth.
Yeah.
I don't think you will keep it.
He spent 105.
I'm gonna buy you a Coke so you feel like you win something.
I'm Nina Blackwood, and we're all set.
Nice.
Find out who
What's
they
your name, my
want
man?
on the number 3
Jake
spot
Buckley.
this week in
There it is.
87
Where you from, Jake?
on the VJ Big 40
Picayune,
Countdown.
Mississippi, but
Texas.
15 years.
It is a
It sounds
powerful anthem.
You should have just said
heavily
Texas.
influenced by gospel music.
Uh,
The video
all right,
for
where
the
you live
song
from around here, though?
was filmed on
Butte,
Fremont
Texas,
Street
down
in
at
Las
home of
Vegas,
Raymond
which is about
McSpadden.
Raymond
as
McSpadden.
far
Hey,
away
Butte,
from
Texas.
Spirit
Next
Valley
round's on
as you
Jake.
could probably
Next round is
guess.
on Jake. Follow
The
him.
working
Follow
title of
him.
the song
All the free water
was
you
Under
can
the
drink.
Weather.
That's right. Hey, y'all, this is the apparel that you can get.
PG with that
They found
CD.
the ugliest models that they
The
could
number 3
find,
song this week,
and they're like, put these
Me
on.
Too.
But
I
look
still
slimming it
haven't
is.
found
I know, man. It's like I feel like a sausage, man. It's like, all right, I love it. It's 2 sizes too small. You can get these down there. You got the cap as well. So lots of cool stuff. I don't know, but I'm sure it's a great buy.
I'm sure they have a ticket down there that says
That's
this
right.
costs $12.
That's right. $12.
I'm going to go see Miss Joyce Shepard.
Saw her earlier.
She's right here, our commentator.
And if you don't want to buy Speed Pass, be a friend of hers on Facebook, and you'll get it for free with better commentary than what we have.
And probably curse words. Street stocks rolling out on the field. All right, On the pole, the 22M, Anthony Gordon, and the outside, the 19 of Travis Talley. Inside, 19 of Gerald Johnson, and the outside, the 64L of Shane Lander. Inside, the 05 of Daniel Gaudet, and the outside, the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy. Inside, row number 4, the Darrell Rhodes, and the 3D, and the outside, the 9 of Tommy Garrell. 32 of Jim Swanson on row 5, and a 23 of CJ Gray, and shotgun will be the 08 of Cody Deinhardt. Lights are going to go out on the back straight, and we are going to go green this time by.
Here they come out of turn number 4. Green flag. We're off and going. Gordon, nice hole shot. Down at the bottom of the racetrack. Lander up on the top side. Let's watch Gordon. Look out, Gaudet right there. But here's Todd Roberts McAvoy on the back straightaway. They go. Backing out of the gas momentarily is McAvoy. Here's Gaudet down on the bottom. Lander trying to hold on. Don't see any smoke. Actually still trailing some smoke out of the 05, but here they come out of the corner. This is going to be a pretty tough situation here, Joe. If you've got Gordon already out on the point like this, it's going to be tough to chase him down. Onto the back straightaway they go. Lander hanging on in that second spot. Gaudet down on the inside, up on the top side. It is McAvoy in the 75. Into the corner they go. Tommy Garrell goes down to the bottom. Darrell Rhodes way up the racetrack. Out of corner number 4. That right there is lap number 2. In the front of the pack, it is Gordon as he shows the way here in your street stocks.
Gordon has been leading from the drop of the green flag out front in the 22M, followed by the 64L. Lander will be the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy, trying to get underneath him.
Up next, film composer.
Can't make it happen right there in the 3D of Darrell Rhodes, following right behind, following suit. But it's still going to be the 22 of Gordon out front, followed by Lander, McAvoy, and Rhodes, and Gaudet in the top 5.
Oh, you are watching this pace right here, and you are rim riding up around the top of the racetrack with Anthony Gordon as he is checking out from the field down into turn number 1. 3 wide out of corner number 4. Car up on the top of the racetrack. Caution flag will come out. Caution flag waves as you've got one stalled up at the top of the corner, and Anthony Gordon just checking out from the field. But that battle pretty fierce there behind him, man, as Lander, McAvoy, Darrell Rhodes, Tommy Garrell, and Gaudet. They are just going claw to claw right there.
Everybody trying to get up there, trying to get into that place number 2, get some clean air so they can try to put any kind of pressure on Anthony Gordon, but nobody's able to put any kind of pressure on Gordon in the 22M. Gordon, you can tell he is focused on that racetrack all week long, on that race car all week long, made sure every nut, every bolt was tight, made sure every toe was set right, caster camber, whatever it was, scaled a race car, trying to make sure he could have a little redemption from last week when he had that little bit of contact.
So the caution flag there for Deinhardt in the 08. So Deinhardt comes to a stop at turn number 1. And it looks like the 08 off the racetrack. We do have the track safety personnel over at turn number 2. But we'll get everybody back in line as we've got 4 laps complete here in this 20-lap main event for your street stocks. In line once again, they're all chasing Gordon. Lander hanging on there in second. McAvoy, Rhodes, Garrell. That is your top 5 as we get them all back in line once again. Texas two-step restart will be coming up.
On the track or left the track? Oh, 23 is what you're trying to tell me.
For night number 3 of the Summer Showdown Series will be Saturday night, August the 7th, right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, as we will crown the champions. All of that bonus money will be divvied out, and again, we're up in excess of $9,300 is what we have in the pot right now. Of course, that may increase by the time that we get to that final night. There's been some projections that we may get up to about $11,000 that could be divvied out as folks continue to become a part of that. And we talked about all of the sponsors and contributors that have been a part of that. We'll talk about those folks in more detail here a little bit later on as we roll on. Just underway here with our main events tonight here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you for being with us here in the grandstands. Thank you for checking in on Speed Pass. Beautiful night for racing. You've got a great racetrack that H.E. Nauman and the racetrack crew have put together here tonight. And these main events will be fantastic. Here we go. Texas two-step restart coming up right here as Anthony Gordon up on the point. At the front of the pack, they'll go 2 by 2 behind him as we've got 4 laps complete, 16 to go here with your street stocks here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Anthony Gordon. He had about half a straightaway right there, Joe. These guys are going to have to get up on the mule right here because he is taking off.
Yeah, I don't see anybody out there right now with anything for Anthony Gordon. But like you said, they're going to have to get up on that wheel. If they can get some clean air, they might be able to get up in there. But now Gordon, lights are out. He can go at the pink tire, and here we go. We are back to green flag racing. 16 laps to go. It's going to be Gordon still out front with this time on the top side, the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy. Down on the bottom, the Landers, and then the 9 of Tommy Gurrell. Gurrell now working his way up into place number 3 down the back straightaway. He has that Camaro driving good. Watch it. He will keep that car underneath him, driving straight through the corners. And this time by, it'll be the 22 of Gordon, followed by the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy, Tommy Gurrell, Shane Lander, Darrell Rhodes in your top 5.
Still great to see Tommy Gurrell right there as you watch that car, Joe. You talked about it. You got leaf springs under that Camaro right there. That is about as stock as you can get right there. That Camaro here down to the bottom of the racetrack. Tommy's using up the racetrack here in this one. Here he goes down to the bottom. He'll try to make the pass on McAvoy. You see our speed shot down into the corner. Now down to the bottom once again is Gurrell. Let's see if he can get the drive. He'll try to get it to pivot, and now they go wheel to wheel down the back straightaway. McAvoy up on the top side, Gurrell down on the bottom as they chase Gordon down into the corner they go, and you cannot get any closer than they are running right now. Wheel to wheel out of corner 4. Little bit of a love tap right there, but they stay clean and green. Great respect right there between those two race car drivers.
Those two race car drivers about as even as you can get down the front straightaway and now down the back straightaway. Tommy Gurrell, though, has come from deeper in the pack. Whoa, we got one over. We got one over. Red flag, red flag. Let's whoa it down, drivers.
Shane Lander up and over in the 64L. The rear end is out of that car.
See the window net down in the car in our close-up view there.
What a tumble.
The driver looks like he is getting out of that race car. Let's see. Driver's good from race control. So driver is all right. Man, you hate to see that. He had a fast race car, Lander did, and I don't know really what happened. I see the left rear broke off. He may have broken axle and it just dug in and flipped it over. I don't know what happened. There's that driver. Wave at him. There you go. That's about all he's going to get tonight, boys and girls, so give him a big wave, big round of applause. Thanks for the show, driver.
What a ride. You can take a look right there, Joe. We're checking in on our Speed Pass video. It looks like the rear end, and we'll see here when they put the hook on the car. I can't tell if the rear end is still attached. I don't know if he may have broken an axle. He may have broken. It looks like the rear end is broken right down here.
Yeah, it might have broken a third link or top link there.
Yeah.
But it's missing the left rear, so it definitely broke an axle off of that car. But there it is. So the left rear is still under that car, but you're 100% right. It broke a trailing arm, and that let the car kind of come up, the rear end come up underneath there, and went over for a little tumble. Did Landers.
Tell you what, Joe, that's where we can talk about the integrity of these race cars. I mean, take a look at that car as you see it sitting on the back straightaway. You've got some metal. You got some sheet metal that's all tore up, but look at the integrity. You can see into the cockpit back there. There is nothing that moved anywhere inside the race car, and that's how you build these cars.
Yeah, and there's a lot of science, and, a lot of people think this is kind of I hate to say it, but kind of a redneck sport. We get out there and weld some pipe together, and we're racing race cars, but there's a lot of engineering that goes in behind this, and a lot of math, and a lot of welding skills, and you can see it right there. Car goes upside down. You couldn't do that on I-35 and climb out of that car, or hit the wall and go flip upside down and climb out of your Toyota Honda. So,
yeah, the evolution of this sport and the safety right there. There you see the car going off on the hook, the rear end just kind of dragging along right there, but it definitely was. That third link looks like it broke back there because that rear. The yoke, everything is still intact. Yep. You see a spring hanging off the bottom.
There, a third link hanging down, the lower trailing arm. Got a left.
Big time shot right there as the track safety crew works on the back straightaway. They'll take the 64L into the infield. Everybody sitting on the front straightaway as we get set to go. Joe, let's break this thing down, man. We're watching Anthony Gordon in that 22M. He's checking out from the pack, but you have to be impressed. It never ceases to amaze me to watch Tommy Gurrell. Yep. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you watch him out here, and he is doing the asphalt stuff on this track.
Oh, yeah.
But here he is once again, and he'll be knocking on that back door.
Yep. Hey, I just got a message from Robert Black. Last night, I think he finished second or third in the street stocks. Good to have him back out there. Sent me a picture. He's in the pool watching us on Race on Texas Speed Pass.
Nice.
So, I tell you what, if you're even if you're not my friend, send me a private message of where you're at, what you're watching. Show me the somewhere throughout. But
we'll give you the shirts we're wearing. How about that?
You can have. I'm wearing right now, Rodney.
Armpit rings.
You can
included.
have that T-shirt. And a half of a beverage spilled down the front.
Maybe a scent of alcohol, possibly, by the time it's all said and done. Hey,
that's because somebody in the stand spilt it on me, not
that's
because
right.
of me.
That's right. Making our way through the bleachers here. Hey, don't forget that merchandise is at bbfmerch.com. If you are checking in on Speed Pass, we've got it for sale right here at the racetrack. Go downstairs. I'm still wondering about Gaudette. That's a lot of smoke trailing out of the back of that car.
There we go. There we go. Back. Got the yellow light on. We're gonna do it chili bowl style. We're gonna circle them through the infield. Now they're gonna get the track clear, and here we go back around the 22M of Anthony Gordon. Yeah,
Let's turn it into a figure eight.
Figure eight racing.
Figure eight, like Speedorama.
The old Longhorn Austin Speedorama.
Austin Speedorama. Let's do some figure eight racing. I remember Fat Albert Martinez got T-boned in the
you
X
can't say
there.
Fat Albert Martinez.
Oh, sorry, but that's what they called him.
Slightly larger Martinez.
Sorry, that's right. That's right. Mr. Martinez.
Don't forget, send me a private message on Facebook, Joe Spillman, of a picture of you and what you're watching on Race on Texas, and we'll figure out the coolest video or coolest picture we get. Rodney's going to pick it.
Yeah, send one to me too. I mean, if we're Facebook friends, I've got a lot of them. Yes, Rodney Rodriguez. There's two Rodneys in here for crying out loud. This is so weird, man. It's like
awkward.
I remember growing up as a kid, I was the only one I knew. Getting them in line once again as we get set after a tumble. The 64L goes up and over. You saw the damage. We still got 8 laps to go here. We're going to re-rack and restack, and Anthony Gordon, who seemed to have this race in his back pocket, that all-in designs special, but now that doesn't matter anymore.
Here we go. Lights are going to go out. We're going to let them gather up right now. The 22M out front, Anthony Gordon. Lights are not going to go out. Lights are going to go out next time. I was just kidding.
All right, here we go, trying to get him into Texas two-step formation. Here we go. Gordon out on the point, followed by Roberts McAvoy, Gural up on the top side, Gaudette in the 0-5, and Darrell Rhodes up on the top side as we have 8 laps to go here in your in your street stocks.
Outlaw street stock at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
In your street stocks. Man, how many times? Man, take a drink every time I do that, for crying out loud. Here we go. We are set to go. Anthony Gordon will go whenever he is ready to. 8 laps right here. Gordon way up on the top shelf. Here we go. Oh, contact. Green flag. We're off and racing once again. Here we go down into turn number 1. 1 car length, and now side by side. Darrell Rhodes. Johnny on the spot right there, Joe. He timed that one, but now he's slipping back. He's falling like a rock in water. Here we go onto the back straightaway. It is a 22 car. Gordon once again. He now leads by 4 car lengths going down into the corner. Up to the top of the racetrack he goes. Everybody working towards the bottom. Here's McAvoy trying to hold on. Sailing up to the top of the racetrack is Gural that time by. 7 to go that time.
Still going to be Anthony Gordon in the 22M out front. Now the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy. Now Tommy Gural gets his way back up from after early contact on the restart. Gural now on the bottom side, trying to get by the Todd Roberts McAvoy. Just can't get it. 05 now off pace. A lot of smoke coming out of that race car. See if we can get him to the infield. There he is on his own. Good job, 05. Thank you very much. 22M of Anthony Gordon down the back straightaway, followed by the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy and the 9 of Tommy Gural. Tommy Gural now trying on the bottom side, can't make it happen.
Gordon up to the top of the racetrack. Here we go. He flashes by once again. And that time by, Anthony Gordon leads by 1.606 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. The battle is for second as they run right now. Todd Roberts McAvoy trying to hang on. He's got a 1.5 car length advantage over the 9 car of Gural. This time by, it'll be 4 laps to go as Gaudet's sitting kind of suspiciously down low there in the infield, but we continue to race. Hopefully everything's going to be fine right there. Luckily right now the field is pretty strung out as they run here with your street stocks onto the backstretch. That lead continues to grow. 1.926 seconds that time by, Joe. I think it's going to have to take something catastrophic for Gordon to not win this race.
I didn't say that out loud, Rodney. I did not say that out loud, my friend. But out front right now is Anthony Gordon in the 22M. Todd Roberts McAvoy, followed by Tommy Gurrell in the 9. Gurrell trying everything he can. He had got by McAvoy earlier on in the race, but on the restart had some early contact and dropped back a few spots. And it is now a 4-car race here in your street stocks at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
2 laps to go that time by as they flash by once again onto the backstretch they go. Gordon hanging on. He leads now by 2.310 seconds. The battle is for second. Here's Gurral on the gas. Tommy Gurrell's going to take a peek down to the bottom. That is your battle for second. Gurral on the bottom. McAvoy up on the top. 3/8 of a mile to go. This time by as Anthony Gordon takes the field down into turn number 1. We'll watch the battle for second as you check in on Speed Pass. Now flashing back up to the front. Anthony Gordon had some heartbreak here last time out, had some success, but here he is trying to double dip tonight. He'll swing it up to the top of the racetrack. Checkered and American flags in the air. Around goes McAvoy out of corner number 4. Gurral will come home second. It is Anthony Gordon winning the main event here in the street stocks as we have some fireworks at the end of the race. Gurral comes home in second, followed by the 75 of McAvoy, and Darrell Rhodes will round out your top 4 here in your street stocks. What a crazy end there as you had McAvoy and Gurral. Now you see them on the back straightaway, maybe exchanging some pleasantries right there. Totally nothing intentional right there. You had those guys racing for the checkered flag, and here they come to the end. But it is the Alamo City Motorsports Special. First Call Plumbing, All In Designs. It is Anthony Gordon. He was on our pre-race show this evening as we talked to him. That pre-race show presented by Alpha One Chevrolet and Buick out of Rockdale. Talked about what he wanted to do tonight, and he has punched one ticket out of the car. Anthony Gordon is your winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We're heading down to Joe.
See with the camera. All right, Mr. Anthony Gordon, the 22M. You had talked about in our pre-race show, had a little bad luck, little problems last week. We made sure we didn't have that happen this week.
And just wasn't our luck last week, so glad we could get it back today.
Excellent job tonight. Anybody want to thank?
John and Ann of Plumbing. Let's see, we have Alamo City Motorplex, Race on Texas, R&M Installs, RTM Construction, Baja, John Al, DCT, First Call Leasing, Victoria, AT1 Construction, Beard, the pits, and my dad.
You want to throw that? Or you want me to? All right. Here, I got it right here. Come out here, bud.
All right, there he is, Anthony Gordon, your winner here tonight in your street stocks. They are heading to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane as they will make their way over. Thank you to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, presented by Mr. Ken Ladd and Craig's Jewelry, one of our proud, long-time sponsors right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Let's get you set. Coming out on the racetrack, it is your factory stocks as we are bringing them strong. 29 strong on the racetrack tonight. Here is your starting lineup. On the point, out of Moody, Car number 24, it's Brady Ricks on the outside of row number 1. Out of Huntsville, it's Curtis Trudesky. Row two on the inside, out of Buda. Rusty Head on the outside, out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, it is Dalton Faulkner. Next row down on the inside, out of Thrall, the 33M of Mason Doherty. On the outside, out of Aggieland in the 8-star, it's Tim Homeyer. Next row down on the inside, out of Austin, car number 58, it is Storm and Steve Sims. On the outside, out of Porter, the 31C of Chase Schubert. Next row on the inside, out of Kyle, the 48L of Robert Kelm. On the outside, out of Austin, Don Painter. Next row on the inside, car number 4, Sale. Out of San Antonio, it's Alan Torres. On the outside, out of Lufkin, the 41 of Dylan Alasko. Next row down on the inside, 48 out of Waco, it's Mike Land. On the outside, out of Waller, it's Wyatt Bohannon. Next row, out of Elmendorf, the 538 of Albert Median. On the outside, out of Houston, car number 20, it's Kinsey Van Diver. Next row on the inside, car number 17, or car number 45, out of Pflugerville, Seth Davis. On the outside, out of Belton, it's Chris Mercer. Next row, the 19, or the 726, position 19, it's Eric Robbins. On the outside, out of Taylor, Allison Morris. Following row, inside, Liberty Hill, the pride of Liberty Hill, car number 7, Kevin Natek. Out of Blanco, flanking him on the outside is Craig Rice. Following row, inside, out of New Braunfels, Unicorn Country. In the 158, it's John Armandia. On the outside, out of the booming metropolis of Red Rock, Texas, it's Nate Robbins. Following row on the inside, out of Cleveland in the Houston area, it's Clayton Stein in the 21S. And representing Leander, the Leander Lions, car number 17 of Don Cron. Rounding out the pack, shotgun on the field, position number 27 behind the wheel of Princess. In the 33K out of Killeen, it's Shelby Baker. Out of Stagecoach, Texas, in car number 145, it is Joey Bohannon. 28 cars, 20 laps, Gunslinger factory stocks, locked and loaded, ready to go. No B-mains tonight. We put them all on the racetrack for you here tonight. Take a look at this pack of factory stocks as they make their way around. This is race number 2 of the Summer Showdown Series as we are set to go. All of that bonus money continues to add up. And here we are, Joe. Man, I'll tell you what, Texana's racing tonight, for crying out loud. And I've been talking to folks down there. They've got a full field of factory stocks there here. We should have had a B main, but we're not doing that. What about this class?
An awesome class here. A very even class throughout the state, throughout Louisiana, throughout Oklahoma. They all run the same rules. The lights are out. Put on your seatbelt, boys and girls, because I have a feeling we're already crashing on the back straightaway, and we haven't even taken a green flag yet.
Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Brady Ricks takes the field down into the corner. That $150 car of Rusty Head down on the bottom. He won that in a Super Bowl raffle. He paid $150. His ticket won, and he wound up with this hot rod. And here he is up at the front of the pack. Rusty Head out of corner number 4. Here they come. Look at this mad pack of factory stocks. Dalton Faulkner all the way up to second out of Cut and Shoot, Texas. Working down on the bottom. Rick's on the top side. Doherty is there. The 27 car. Here comes Tim Homeyer in the 8-star. Look at the gaggle behind him. Schubert on the outside. Steve Sims down on the bottom. The 48L. Here we go. Don Painter working up on the top side. Torres is there in the 4-sail. Alasko up on the top side. This is lap number 2, Joe. This intensity is action-packed.
Somehow we got through 2 laps of 28 cars, and we're still going. That's pretty amazing. I'm pretty impressed right now. It's going to be the 55 of Rusty Head out front, followed by the 27M of Dalton Faulkner, and the 33M of Mason Doherty, and Tim Homeyer, now 8-star. But now Faulkner down on the bottom, closing that gap up on Rusty Head, trying to get by as the 24 Rick skates way up high into the wall, but still keeps it going. But now Faulkner has closed that gap. It is going to be Rusty Head, followed by Dalton Faulkner. Faulkner now going to try a different line, I'm going to guess. He has followed him into the racetrack. Here we go, a little bit lower down than Rusty Head, trying to make it through there. Can't quite get there, but he's going to close that gap to a half of a car length now. It's still going to be Rusty Head, followed by Dalton Faulkner.
Checking in on Speed Pass. Look at this battle a little bit further back right there. You've got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and on and on and on. Brady Ricks is right there. Don Painter trying to work down to the bottom. Steve Sims, closes the door. Contact right there, the 10D into the 58. Chase Schubert comes down to the bottom. Trouble, turn number 1. It looks like Armandia down at the bottom of the racetrack. He sails down to the bottom. The field continues to roll. It is Rusty Head holding the advantage, but he opens up the bottom groove. Trouble, turn number 3. We got one sitting right in the middle of the racetrack. It looks like one right in the middle of the racetrack. It is the 94 car. The 94 car of Allison Moore sitting right there at the apex in a very tumultuous spot right there as the caution flag comes out. So you had stuff happening. Joe, I don't know how we got 5 laps in with what we had happening here.
That was a good job by those drivers. But I tell you what, Faulkner trying everything he can to get by Rusty Head. Rusty Head, the old sport mod driver from the years past, now in a factory stock. Like you said, he won that factory stock in a Super Bowl raffle, $150, and now here he is getting a feature race. Looks like the 17 of Don Cron now going to be cutting across the track and headed, making that hard left-hand turn after the right-hand turn back into the pits.
Rough night for Cron. You saw in the heat race where he had contact there with the tractor tire over on the right side. So not the night that Cron was looking for. He came in 3rd in the Summer Showdown Series points. So he'll take a hit tonight, especially with the field like this. So now you've got Rusty Head sitting at the front of the pack in car number 55, able to get away, but Faulkner is chasing him down. So now Rusty Head will definitely have to go in the defense.
Yeah, and Dalton Faulkner is just hard to beat. He's gone. He's won some 5,000 big races. So, you know, and he knows we're only 5 in. There's still 15 to go. I tell you what, I got some messages. I got a message from Jeffrey Abbey. He's on his way home right now from Wisconsin. They're watching it on the road in the hauler headed home. Brenda Edwards is having a beer and drinking one with us. Larry Underwood is watching one with us. Ron Palmer, Nathan Billingsley, Joey, Robert Black, all watching us on Race on Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Mary Lou Miller checking in from Franklin, Texas as well, sending messages over. I think got the same one there from Brenda. She's having maybe a cold drink right there. So yeah, keep sending those pictures, whether Joe Spillman, Rodney Rodriguez, one of the two of us, your Facebook messages, and we're going to find something for you. We're going to give you some kind of award tonight, and I'll have to go back here and check. I think we have someone checking in from Coppers Cove as well, so I'll go back and check that as well. That's a lot of stuff coming in really, really fast. Oh, okay, that's Brenda. That's Brenda. Okay, there we go.
Settle down.
Yeah,
Settle down.
I know. Getting all excited here. Ready to give away this sweaty shirt.
Who wants Rodney's sweaty shirt? For 10,000, Alex, I'll have no thanks. All right, out front will be Rusty Head, followed by Dalton Faulkner, Mason Daughtery, Tim Holmeyer, Steve Sims, John Painter, and Schubert. Top 7 could win Tudorski, Torres, Lesko. Top 10 could win any feature race anywhere in the country they go to. They are all here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway in the top 10. 15 laps to go in this feature race.
Texas two-step restart coming up as we bunch them all up once again. Here we go. 5 laps complete. We've got 15 to go here with your Gunslinger Factory stocks. Back on the racetrack, here's Don Cron. This dude will not quit.
I've seen that car tore up.
I'd been at the ice house by now.
Yeah, I'd been at my hauler going, I'm going to watch y'all on Race on Texas.
I'm going to send Joe and Rodney a picture of myself.
$39 is a hell of a lot cheaper than what it's costing me in this race car.
Absolutely. He will not quit, man. I'll tell you. But that's Don Cron right there. Hard-headed, good dude. All right,
hard-headed good dude.
Stubborn. All right, lights are out around the racetrack. We're set to go. Texas two-step restart. Rusty Head out on the point. Dalton Faulkner right there. Here we go. Torres on the outside. Into corner Doherty. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing once again at Cotton Bowl Speedway. 15 laps to go. Rusty Head, 1 car length down into the corner. Here's Doherty on the top side. Dalton Faulkner down on the bottom. Holmeyer, Ricks goes up the racetrack. Storm and Steve Sims. The battle right there. Schubert. Here comes Torres, the aforementioned Torres. Don Painter right there as he'll try to slice and dice. Side by side. You've got a battle for second. Side by side, you got a battle for fifth. Here they come making their way around. Car down to the infield. We will stay clean and green. Single file, 1, 2, 3, 4. But then you get to fifth with Brady Ricks. 3 wide down into the corner. Up to the top is Schubert. Meat of the sandwich is a 58. Don Painter, back straight away they go. Rusty Head able to drive away from the pack.
Pulling him by about 4 car lengths now. Down the back straightaway is Rusty Head in that 55. Going to be Rusty Head in the 55, the 27, and Dalton Faulkner, the 33 of Daugherty, and now the 8-star of Holmeyer, followed by the 10D of Don Painter. Will round out your top 6. Schubert right there with Brady Hicks. Ricks now round in front of the field, collects a 20 car. Is that McKenzie? Yeah. 24 of Ricks gets a little
Yeah, a little contact right there as the 24 goes around. Kinsey Van Diver trying to avoid. She swoops down to the bottom of the racetrack, and I'll tell you what worries me for Kinsey there in the 20. As you check in on Speed Pass, sitting right down at the bottom of the racetrack, she took that right on the right rear quarter panel. That may be a situation right there, Joe. That may be some massive damage there. Might have broken that rear end off of the mount back there as the way that car broke loose. Let's take a look.
Take a look here at
Speed
Race
Pass
On
replay.
Texas Speed Pass. Thanks to Chris David. Here we go. You'll see the 24 just gets in there a little hard. Wipes out the right rear of McKenzie.
Yeah, you can actually see something break off of the 20 with that contact. I don't know if it broke off an axle. It's still bouncing around over there as you watch that. Somebody ran it over.
It's plastic there. You can see when they ran over it, it was plastic, something loose.
Look at the right side of that car. You take a look once again right there. The 24 goes around. Here's Kinsey down on the bottom, and boom.
Rips the whole right side off of that race car. Body shop, we're going to need a right door, quarter panel, fender, front nose piece, rear nose piece, and possibly a wheel. One last time. One last look right here. 24 gets in just a little hot, sideways. Very slick track. 20, McKenzie had nowhere to go. Reba.
Tough break right there for Van Diver and for Ricks. Ricks in the top 5.
Yeah, Reba Donaldson watching from home with the baby, she says.
All right, here we come around. Here we come around as we get set to go. Showing them one this time by. Showing them one this time by. 13 laps to go here in your Gunslinger Factory Stock main event. We are ready to roll onto the back straightaway. They go. Texas two-stepper. We start coming up. Green flag in
What a
there.
start by Rusty Head.
Rusty, I know.
Joyce Shepard,
you
you're
guys,
evil.
you people, your messages. You people.
You people. He can't talk up here with the messages. Rodney and I are getting Joyce Shepard. All right, 55, Rusty Head down the back straightaway, followed by the 27 of Faulkner.
Faulkner holding on to that second spot. Here's Holmeyer right behind him, so here we go. They're all in hot pursuit of Rusty Head. Rusty Head right there on the gas. Up the hill. Schubert. Around goes Sims. Sims trying to hang on. Sims herking and jerking. He's able to keep it going, but he stays tried and true right there. You got to. Steve Sims could have spun that car out, went and parked up at the top of the hill right there.
Caused everything. The herking and jerking of Steve Sims, not the rocking and rolling of Steve Sims.
You got to put that on his hood. Here we go. Debris turn 1. Debris at turn number 1 and 2.
Joyce Shepard, you are one evil lady. But yeah, your wish will be granted. You can have it.
Yeah. You can absolutely have it. We'll let you take it off, crying out loud. We'll put that on the private video. Caution flag comes out for that debris at turn number 1. Actually, Mary Lou Miller is here in section F. Section F. Mary Lou Miller out of Franklin, Texas.
Oh.
Got to be with the Derek Scott group, maybe.
Maybe she would rather listen to us on the radio where she can mute us than in real life where she has to hear us.
That's exactly right.
That's what it is.
That's exactly right. She likes the delay. Slight delay right there. So the caution flag once again. I tell you what, Joe, we zapped off 5 laps in no time at all. But here we go with back-to-back cautions. So I'm still impressed with what we're seeing here because
Rusty Head has done a heck of a job out there up front with some very heavy hitters right behind him. Sharon Prim out of, we used to race with them a lot of racing with them. Now they are at the beach property in Crystal Beach, just slightly southeast of Galveston. Dean watching
Preem,
us. Yeah, Dean Preem watching us from over there. So thanks for checking in.
They're doing better than we are. They're doing better than we are.
Yeah, they could turn us off.
All right, so here we go. We're going to get them all back in line once again. Remember, keep sending those messages. Let us know where you're checking the action out from, even if you're here. Even if you were here. We're getting set. We're showing them one this time by. We've got a Texas two-step restart coming up once again. 12 laps. Rusty Head is your leader. Tim Homeyer inside of row number 2. Painter up on the outside. Doherty inside of row number 3. Alasko up on the top side. The 726 or the 27T of Curtis Tredeschi up on the top side. The 4 Sail of Alan Torres. I'll tell you what, strategy. It's time to go.
Strategery. Well, we got 8 down, 12 to go. We're not quite halfway there yet. I use those big words over there, Rodney. It's all right. Strategery. All right, here we go. The 55R, Rusty Head out front. Lights are out. We will go racing when you see that pink tire at the Pick Chick tire. Here we go. Green flag racing. Rusty Head going to drive it down the track. Now we got Painter on the outside. Homeyer on the bottom side.
Look at Alasko way up to the top of the racetrack there, third shelf, side by side. Mason Doherty down on the inside, Trophy Dash right there for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot. Tredeschi right there behind him, Alan Torres. The 48F is back there. Here they come around. Storm and Steve Sims trying to gather his way back in. We got a spin at turn number 4. That's Bohannon, but he will get rolling once again. Again, another great start by Rusty Head. You have to be impressed with Rusty Head as he's able to get away from the pack once again. You don't have Faulkner out there anymore. You're halfway home right here. Here's Homeyer and Painter. They're going to race each other. This is going to allow the 55 to just drive away from the pack.
And I tell you what, he is not pulling a bunch of slouches here. He's pulling Tim Homeyer, Don Painter, Dowdy, 41 Alasko. He is pulling some really good race cars by a half a straightaway, down the back straightaway. And that is pretty dang impressive feet right there in the 55.
Boy, Brady Ricks on the binders as he came out of turn number 2 right up against the fence. Here's a hot spot on the racetrack down to the inside. It is Doherty. Up to the top side, it is Alasko. That is your battle for 4th as they clamber out of corner number 2. Back straight away they go. It is Rusty Head. So impressive. Tim Homeyer riding in the 2nd spot. Homeyer was your winner the last time out. He is your point leader here in the Summer Showdown Series presented by Advance Auto Parts. But right now the class of the field is Rusty Head. The old crusty veteran out of Buda hanging on right there. Love this battle. Look at Doherty down on the bottom. Look at Alasko up on the top side. They're going wheel to wheel, but right now that gap continues to stretch out. Last time by, it was 1.80 or 1.085 seconds. Rusty Head clicks off another lap. Homeyer in pursuit, Joe, as we race with 7 laps to go.
7 laps to go, 13 down, 7 to go, as now Rusty Head's going to bring them out of turn 1 and 2, down the back straightaway, still by about 4 to 6 car lengths over the top of the 8 car of Tim Homeyer. Now Don Painter got that front end fixed from the heat race damage, down working the bottom of the racetrack, but it's still Rusty Head by a commanding lead right here in your feature race in your factory stock.
Well, we say that, Joe, but here comes Homeyer. Homeyer has cut that advantage down that time by. It is shortened. It was 9/10 of a second that time by, so he's clicking off about a 10th each and every time as they race. And Homeyer working down at the bottom. Rusty Head has actually started working down at the bottom of the racetrack in the corners, and it seems like he's losing a little bit of ground right there. I don't know if that's intentional. Maybe that's just where the car feels better at the moment as Bohannon down to the infield once again. The Homeyer's coming. That 8-star is coming as they go down into corner number 3. This time by, Joe, 4 laps to go. It's a trophy dash. Let's see if Rusty Head can hold on.
Rusty Head still going to lead him down by about 4 car lengths this time by. But still, like you said, Homeyer, he is an old veteran in this class of race cars, and he is closing that gap ever so slightly. Maybe he was saving his tires, but we're only going to have 4 laps to go. 3 times this next time by, he's going to have to do something very miraculous to make it happen. You see a little bit of smoke off the right rear of Rusty Head. That time through 3 and 4. Let's see what happens there.
Onto the back straightaway they go, and I'll tell you what, they have a mad pack of cars up in front of them. Rusty Head on the back straightaway leading Homeyer. We've got a massive race happening right here towards the back of the pack. They're on the lead lap, but here come the leaders around. This time by, it is 2 to go. Rusty Head trying to hang on once again as he leads that time by 1 second. Trouble, turn number 2. Turn number 2. You got a spin over there. I believe that is the 45 car. The 45 car of Seth Davis goes around, and oh my goodness, everything we talked about, that advantage for Rusty Head goes away. It wasn't much of an advantage. He had drug it back out to a second. But now the caution flag comes out again. We'll re-rack, we'll restack. 3 laps to go. Race fans, you got a green-white checkered about to happen right here in the Gunslinger Factory Stocks in night number 2 of the Summer Showdown Series. The intensity, the action, the excitement tightens up as we check in once again over to Facebook Messenger. It is my man Phil Whipple checking in all the way from Auburn, Maine. All the way from Auburn, Maine, brother Phil Whipple checking in. Great motorsports rider right there. If you haven't had the opportunity to check out the great work that Phil does, you got to read his stuff. Puts a lot of good stuff out on Race on Texas, other sites all around the country. Welcome, Phil. Glad you were checking in here as we race from Paige, Texas, live from Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Kara Norman, Section B, checking in with us. I don't know why she would rather watch us on TV, but that's fair enough. Got lots of people checking in. Rodney, we're going to have a green-white checkered, I believe.
That should be what we have right here as we're going to lock them all once again all together. And we watch that lead there for Rusty Head. It went from about a second and a half, trimmed it down. It was under a second. It was a second the last time by. But now we're getting good. That's a scary row number 2, Joe. You got Holmeyer down on the inside and Don Painter.
And don't forget row number 3 right there as well. So, hey, Rodney, next time after the checkered flag, after our interview, I got a few passes for Heart of Texas. So before we get into our next lineup, give out these Heart of Texas passes. So we'll get that underway as well. Looks like still working on our lineups. Nathan up in the birdcage, checking with race control. Make sure everybody is good all the way back. Don Cron still out there in the 17. Persistent as always.
That's right. Good stuff. Heart of Texas Speedway Friday nights over there in Elmont. Heart of Texas Speedway, where champions race and legends are born. Go check out a Friday night show. It is always cool. As Joe talked about, got some passes to give away. They will race next Friday night. And here we go. Showing them one this time by. It is Rusty Head out on the point. He has been the man. He's held off the advances of Dalton Faulkner. He's held off the advances of Tim Holmeyer. But now we get down to go time. It's time to go to the pay window. It's time to settle this one. Your Gunslinger Factory Stocks night number 2 Summer Showdown Series. Lights are out around the racetrack. Rusty's ready to go. He is on the gas. Here we go. Single file behind him. Don Painter sneaks up in front of Holmeyer. Here they come around. Green flag in the air. We're racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Rusty Head 1 car length into turn number 1. He has had that whole shot advantage each and every time. Holmeyer up on the top side. Alasko's going to chase Holmeyer down to the bottom. It is Doherty. Back straight away they go. Here's Alan Torres right behind him. Robert Kelm along with Torderski and Steve Sims. 2 to go this time by at the line. Don Painter trying to push down to the bottom of the racetrack. Trying to hang on is Rusty Head. He'll take it to about 3 car lengths out of corner number 4. Down into the corner. Trouble. Turn number 3. Turn number 3. You've got one against the wall over on the outside. So we go caution once again. Joe, Rusty nails a restart, all for naught. We re-rack and restack one more time.
Man, you got a feel for Rusty Head right there. The good thing is you got 2 very fast cars battling it out behind Rusty Head. Let the 10D and the H-Star keep battling and let the 55 just keep pulling them by a couple of car lengths all the way down. But Rusty Head is thinking, can we just throw the checkered flag at any given moment now? Can we just make it now? Done. Rusty Head out front, followed by 10D of Don Painter, the H-Star. Tim Holmeyer, the 41 in Alaska, and the 33 of Dottie, and the 4 Sail of Torres.
$9,344 in bonus money already in the pot towards this 3-race series. This is night number 2 right here. We are 33% done. Here we go. We're showing them one this time by. It is Rusty Head. 2 laps remaining right here. Can he hold off Painter? Painter with a great restart as he jumps down to the inside, gets in front of the 8-star and holds him off, racing down to the caution. Holmeyer in 3rd, followed by Alasko, Doherty, Torres, Robert Kelm, Torderski, Storm and Steve Sims, Mike Land, Shelby Baker right there in Princess. Then here comes the 24 of Brady Ricks, way up at the top of the racetrack. Here they come around on the gas. Here we go. Rusty Head once again nails a restart. He will take 1 car length, make it 2 car lengths down into corner number 1. Painter working down to the bottom of the racetrack. Rusty Head slams the door, working down around where there would be a yellow line on the racetrack. Here they go to the back straightaway. It is 1.5 car lengths. Homeyer in hot pursuit there of Painter. This time by white flag in the air from Nathan Lavender. One more trip around. 3/8 of a mile for Rusty Head into turn number 1. He expands that advantage. That time, 0.6 of a second. Here's Painter working down on the bottom. Homeyer up the racetrack. Alaska hanging on. There's Doherty Torres putting on the pressure right there for the 5th spot. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. $150 car won in a Super Bowl pot, and it is winner race number 2 in the Summer Showdown Series. Rusty Head wins in the Gunslinger Factory stocks tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Don Painter, Tim Homeyer, Dylan Alasko, and Mason Doherty rounding out the top 5. What a run to the checkers for car number 55. This is some solid machine right here for Rusty Head as he punches another win here in the Gunslinger Factory stocks. Coming up next, your Sport Compacts, followed by your Browning IMCA stock cars, your Sport Mods, and your Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds as we race out night number 2 here with the Advance Auto Parts Summer Showdown Series. We're getting ready to head down to Victory Lane with Joe Spillman.
Rusty Head! Rusty Head! Good job, buddy. There you go. All right. Who's happier right now? I'm trying. Buddy. Tell us a story. You won this car, $150.
That's right. On Thanksgiving last year for the Super Bowl, I bought a square on the football board for $150.
Nice job. I tell you what, I've watched a lot of good racing here, and that was probably one of the races of all time. Just consistent out to get by you.
Well, last weekend out here, I learned my lesson by Jason Faulkner getting underneath me there at the end. I led that one. I had a whole straightaway lead. You know, I they got a caution at the end of that race and let him get back up to my bumper. So I learned to just stay steady and smooth. You know, these cars are a blast to drive. I can't wait to bring my Sport Mod back out. I got it redone, and it's really pretty. So it'll be out here in a couple of weeks. I'd like to thank all you fans that come out here every weekend and make this possible. I got sponsors to thank. Reliable Automotive did come on board this year. Me and you had a pretty good interview last year about that. SWL is my company. Suncoast Post Tension. And I need to thank Shannon Sargett and my son Levi Head that helped me work on this thing out here at the track. You know, I get to do all the grunt work at the yard, but I get to drive when I come out here for all you people, and I enjoy it.
There you go, Rusty Head. To all you fans, is pretty much what he said. Your factory stock winner. Throw it up in hands for one of those kiddos. All right, I need 2 people or 4 people that's never been to Heart of Texas, and you can make it next week. I passes. I got 4 adult passes for Heart of Texas Speedway next week. I got 2 right there. All right. 1,000 to win Sport Mods next week. 1,000 to win Sport Mods next week at Heart of Texas. So thank you to Mike McCarthy. There's your 2 right there. I got it. There's your 2. There's your 2. I think I got you right there, buddy. That's thanks to Mike McCarthy, Heart of Texas Speedway. I'm going to get you. There's your 2. I'll get you 2 more. Mike, are you still here, Big Mike?
Starting lineup, here they come. Your Design Welding Sport Compacts on the point. Car number 57 out of Hutto, home of the Hippos. Getting close to high school football, guys. That's why I'm doing that. Car number 57, it is Jake Hall on the outside out of Taylor. Cody Crabb in the double knot. Next row down on the inside out of Weberville in the T14. Taylor Stewart on the outside out of the Alamo City. It is Dylan Kowalik in the 29K. Rounding out the pack out of San Antonio, car number 43. It is Jennifer Kidd. Here we go. 15 laps for your Sport Compacts as we are ready to roll. But check that, 12 laps. 12-lap main event for the Sport Compacts here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway as we roll them around. This is your entry-level division right here. If you're here in the grandstands tonight, you want to get your bum out of the grandstands onto the racetrack. You've never done this before. This is your opportunity right here. Here we go. The field onto the back straightaway. Lights are out around the racetrack. We are ready to roll. Here is the 57 car. As we go into this start zone, we will go racing. Green flag, Sport Compacts on the gas and rolling here at CBS. Nice jump. Jake Hall down into turn number 1. Hall to the bottom of the racetrack. Crabb there in the 00. Here's Kowalik in the 29K. Back straightaway they go. Trying to get a run up on the top side. It is Mr. Crabb right there. Crabb up to the top side. Hall working down on the bottom. Taylor Stewart rounding out the top 4. Jennifer Kidd back there in the 43. This is lap number 1. Side by side is the battle for second. Crabb up on the top side. Kowalik right behind him. We're watching the 57 of Hall. Still working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Was able to make that work in the heat race. Now you got a 3-car breakaway right there. But here comes Taylor Stewart in the T14. Down to the bottom of the racetrack, here's Kowalik. If Kowalik can get to the bottom, that is what he wants to do. He does it right there. As we race on lap number 2, Kowalik down to the bottom. That is, he has stolen the spot. He's taken the spot from Hall, where Hall has made his living here tonight. But right now it is Kowalik up at the front of the pack. Kowalik is there. Down into corner number 3, Hall up on the top side, Jake back on the gas. Cody Crabb in the 00, Taylor Stewart in the T14 now. Side by side into turn number 1. Up on the top side, it's Hall. Kowalik working down on the bottom. Hall has had to go to the top side of the racetrack, but you're watching the performance. Pretty good there with the 57 as he's been working down on the bottom, but that 57 working really well up on the top side. Kowalik struggling there as he's trying to get that car to turn, but it just does not want to turn down on the flat part of the racetrack. So it looks like the 57 utilizing the banking right there. Kowalik slides down into the corner, and Hall goes by on the outside. It is Hall taking the top spot, and here he is leading by 1 car length down into turn number 1. Jake Hall in car number 57 out of Hutto. Dylan Kowalik trying to come back at him down on the bottom side of the racetrack. Trouble, turn number 2. Jennifer Kidd goes around in car number 43. And this battle here up at the front. Good stuff happening right here as Jake Hall holding on. Dylan Kowalik working right behind him. Jake Hall, great job in the 57 as he is holding off the pack here up at the front of the pack. Caution flag with 8 laps to go, 4 down and 8 to go here in your Design Welding Sport Compacts. Looks like end of the night for Jennifer Kidd in the 43. As the 43 car sitting right down there in the infield. We will show them one this time by. Again, a big thanks. All of our great sponsors here with the Summer Showdown Series. Gunslinger Ammo, ACM Services, Randy's Wrecker, Scott Mitchell Welding, BBFmerch.com, Alverson Motorsports, CRS and Speed Secrets, Keller Williams Realty, Advance Auto Parts, Race on Texas. $9,344 is that added bonus money as we come into the night as well. It will be all divvied out after the final race. Race number 3 of the series coming up on Saturday night, August the 7th, right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Of course, we will have it live on Speed Pass as you'll be able to check in as we crown the champions. It is championship races within a championship race. We crown champions in each class, and then at the end of the year, we set that championship for the racetrack. On the gas, we're going once again. Here they come around. Jake Hall with the restart. Here's Dylan Kowalik down on the bottom. Green flag in the air, now waving, and here they come. It is the 57 car down into turn number 1. Hall will guide the field down. Kowalik trying to work down at the bottom. Kowalik has stolen that bottom groove from Jake Hall, but Jake Hall racing in the middle of the racetrack gets tremendous drive off of corner number 2, and he will sail in with a 3-car length advantage. Taylor Stewart in the T14, Cody Crabb in the 00. Here they come around. Once again, it is the 57 car. Joe, got to be impressed there with that 57 car. He had been rim riding around the bottom, but here he is up at the top of the racetrack.
Hall having the lead out in front of Kowalik. Kowalik has a lot of laps, a lot of feature wins here at this racetrack. And Hall in the 57 out front now by about 4 car lengths up through the middle of the racetrack, and it's going to be Kowalik down on the bottom side. Taylor Stewart now following suit down on the bottom, followed by the 00 there of Crabb. But it's still going to be the Hall out front in the 57 with the 29K of Kowalik, followed by the 14 Taylor Stewart, and the 00 of Crabb. Down the back straightaway, we're going to have 5 laps to go this next time by. 5 laps to go next time by in this Sport Compact feature race.
Here is Hall once again as he leads this race. We've watched him work all over the racetrack right here. It looked like Dylan Kowalik stole that bottom line, and it looked like he was going to be able to pounce right there, but he's just not getting the drive around the bottom of the racetrack. You can watch Kowalik as he dives down into the corner. You watch him right there. He's trying to work those wheels, but that car just wants to go straight up the racetrack as he does right there coming out of turn number 4, where the car up at the front of the pack. Hall in the 57, he is driving that thing wherever he wants to go. He'll diamond off the corner once again, hit the backstretch. The lead that time by was almost 1.5 seconds, and he's probably going to be stretching that out here just a little bit further as he's putting some more distance between himself and the 29K.
57 of Hall still way out front now. 29K trying to find something to work with in the racetrack. Just nothing to work with there now down on the bottom side, down by the tires with the 29. But it's still going to be the 57 of Hall up on the top side. 29 of Kowalik down on the bottom, followed by the 14 of Stewart and the 00 of Crabb. It's going to be Hall now up through the middle of the track, a little bit higher now, up closer to the wall. But the 29 of Kowalik is going to follow suit and follow that same line up taller. Just can't close any gap. Going to have that same gap for the last 3 or 4 laps. Not a lot to do. 2 laps to go.
That has to be a very frustrated driver behind the wheel of the 29K. He just cannot get that car to bite. We talked about these front-wheel drive cars. The 57 is sticking like a magnet wherever he puts it. He's working around the top of the racetrack. Here he goes up to the top, and he'll go down into turn number 1. Checkered flag in the air this time by the 57 is your winner. It is Jake Hall winning it here in the Sport Compacts over Dylan Kowalik. Taylor Stewart, Cody Crabb, Jennifer Kidd not able to continue, but that is your lineup. What a ride. What a ride. Jake Hall winning by 1.4 seconds over Dylan Kowalik. The black number 57 goes to victory lane here tonight. Kowalik gave it everything he could, but Kowalik just could not get that car to work the way he wanted it to, going through the corners. And it was all said and done. It was a 57, just a little bit better tonight. And here he is, parking it down in victory lane. Remember, after this, he will head down to Craig's Jewelry victory lane. The driver of car number 57 out of Hutto. As he sits down in victory lane, there is your top 4. 4th place tonight in the 00, it's Cody Crabb. 3rd place in the T14, Taylor Stewart. Your runner-up in the 29K, Dylan Kowalik. And jumping out, and in Craig's Jewelry victory lane, it is Jake Hall. Will head down to Joe Spillman.
Jake climbing out of that race. Give it a call. Sport Comp winner. Big old boy climbing out of that little race car. Big old boy. If he Up, y'all are all witnesses. There you go. Let's go, kiddos. Where's it going? Jake, you beat some good race cars tonight, son. Good job.
Finally got one.
Anybody you want to thank? Good job tonight, Jake.
Yeah, I want to thank my wife and my new baby boy at home for letting me do this.
Awesome. New baby boy at home. Congratulations, Daddy. Good job. Go to Craig's Victory Lane. Get your trophy. Get your pictures. Thank you. Jake, winner.
Onto the racetrack, here we go. It is your Browning IMCA Stock Cars. Joe Spillman's favorite class rolls out on the bottom of the racetrack, whether you're here at the racetrack or at home. Take a shot every time we say it. Joe Spillman's favorite class. Here we go, your starting lineup.
Shots,
what
shots,
a field
shots,
of
shots,
these
shots,
we
shots,
have.
shots.
Starting lineup on the point out of Elgin, the car number 81, that is Ryan Childress on the outside. In the 712 out of Kempner, it's Colton Monroe. Row 2 on the inside, out of Taylor, the 94A Allison Morris. On the outside, out of Colleen, the 4K of Ken Plonsky. Row 3 on the inside, out of Thrall, the 33M of Mason Doherty. On the outside, the veteran, out of Coppers Cove, it's Tim Carmen. Next row down on the inside, out of Salado, Papa George Egbert, car number 70. On the outside, out of Colleen and car number 29, it's Marcus Harcrow. Next row down on the inside, out of Harker Heights, car number 9, it is the Acrobat, Jason Batt. On the outside, out of Forney, it's Dustin Mooney. Next row on the inside, out of Leander, car number C3, it's Chris Birmingham. On the outside, out of Thrall, in the 01T, Tracy Scherner. Next row, position number 13, car number 21, out of Coppers Cove, it's Chris Florio. On the outside, car number 14, out of Waco, Thomas Hall Jr. Following 3 spots, position number 15, out of Manchac. I still say Manchac. Car number 28, it's a crazy horse, Sean Paul Lehman. On the outside in the 20T, it's Thomas Hall. Shotgun on the field. Double duty driver. Car number 23 out of Leander, it is C.J. Gray. 17 cars, 20 laps, Browning iStocks. This will be fun. This is going to be a good one right here, Joe.
Joe Spillman's favorite class.
Take a shot.
Take a shot. Shots. Here we go. IMCA Stock Cars rolling down the front straightaway as we're going to get one to go this time by.
All right, here we go. Down into turn number 3. The field is set to go. Browning iStocks. Green flag. We're racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Childress down on the bottom. Here we go down into turn number 4. Colton Monroe up on the top side for 20 laps of action. Monroe with the whole shot. A little bit of contact right there, Morris. Here's Doherty down to the bottom. Plonsky side by side with Childress up on the top side. Good run for the 4K. Marcus Harcrow. Harcrow's going up to the top of the racetrack. 3 wide out of turn number 4. Doherty sandwiched right there in behind him, but it is Monroe. Look at that battle happening right there. Here comes Dustin Mooney. Joe, still, this track is in amazing condition.
They can race on the top, they can race on the bottom. There is definitely places that they would rather like to have. They'd all like to have the bottom, but if they have to go to the top, they aren't going to get trained and they're not going to get, left behind. They can still struggle up there. Make it work. Be a little patient. Let the car rotate on its own, get through that corner. So, anyways, we're going to have Colton Monroe. I don't know if we got one to go, one under our belts. I don't think we did. We did not get one to go, so it'll be a complete restart. So, looks like the 30. Ryan Childress in the 81 broke right there. 33 just looks like he got in a little hot, got into that tire. Jason Batt narrowly escaped, got by there. The C3 of Birmingham kind of collected right there.
Oh. Yeah, it's hard to tell what happened right there. It looks like maybe a little bit of contact, and the 33 goes around. and you had Birmingham there. They were 3 wide. Childress was sitting there. 33 car had nowhere to go right there, and it looked like the 9. Maybe a little bit of contact there behind him.
So it looks like the 9 of Bat gets into the back of the 33, turns the 33 into it. You see the 9 immediately dropping back. He isn't arguing with that call. He knows. Jason Batt's an old veteran. He knows when he gets into somebody, he's going to do it. So,
and that's a lesson right there for drivers. If you're sitting here watching this, that's how you that's how you
handle it.
That's how you handle it.
You don't
right
pull
there.
the infield. You don't argue with the call. You just fall in where you know you need to be. Jason Batt, last night, he got taken out. He had to go to the back. He knows he can go to the back to the front. So that's 100% good call. I listened to the infield. The infield said 9 gets into 33. Before we saw the replay, we watch a replay, 100% what happens. Track usually gets it right, but we now have the luxury of a video. We can watch it. 9 gets into 33, 33 turns, collects a C3. All 3 of them needs to go to the back, which is what's going to happen. So just, 33 probably checked up a little more than 9 thought. 9 got into him. It's just a racing deal. We're going to get 1 to go this time by, and we're going to get back to racing.
So now be Colton Monroe up on the point in the 712. Ken Plonsky on the outside. Row 2 down on the bottom. It is Allison Morris. Marcus Harcrow up on the top side. The rest of the field rolling right there behind them as they stack it all up. Joe, we had a little bit of problem right there. But you got to talk about these iStocks. I mean, one of the reasons I think it's your favorite class, these guys and ladies right here, there's a lot of respect out here, and these guys are going to respect their equipment.
A couple things I love about it. They are, like you said, very respectful, top notch. You can go all over the country in races. You can go all the way up to Wisconsin. You can go to Boone, Iowa. You can go to, Kansas. You can go race all over the country. Same rules, same class. Here we go. Colton Monroe on the bottom side. Plonsky up on the top side. Allison Morris on the bottom. 29 of Harcrow up on the top side. They're going to be 2 wide, 4 deep, all the way through 1 and 2. As now there's a little bit of a bottleneck. Now, Morris going to throw her hat down on the bottom side. Let's see if she can make it stay down there. Yes, ma'am, you can do that. Good job, Allison Morris.
Yeah, big time move right there. And here is Allison Morris up at the front of the pack. That is the beauty of Cotton Bowl Speedway right there. You can stack them 4 wide. Here's Morris, but here comes Harcrow down on the bottom. A little bit of a shove there from Mooney. Here comes Ken Plonsky down on the bottom. A little bit of contact right there with the 712 of Colton Monroe. Down on the bottom, it is Marcus Harcrow. Here is Harcrow on the gas at 29. Boy, I'll tell you what, Marcus Harcrow in that brand new car this year, man, you have to like what you watch Harcrow do this year.
Harcrow last night had a heck of a run. I give him a lot of trouble, a lot of crap, you might say, about dry slick. He's very good in attack, and he has struggled in dry slick. Last night, he put on a show, came all the way up to 3rd place. He has done much better. I'm going to credit to me giving him a bunch of crap about it. He studied and worked and got better at it. It's all Joe Spillman making him better.
Here's Harcrow down on the bottom as they work. Out of corner number 2, you've got some fantastic racing happening right there. You check in on Speed Pass. There's a 21 car, Chris Florio. Florio right there. Here's Ken Plonsky right behind him. Thomas Hall right there. Down up on the top side. It is Monroe up on the top as they race. You see our speed shot there on Speed Pass down into turn number 1. Now the battle for second. Here is Dustin Mooney down to the bottom. Mooney grabs that preferred line, and he makes a great move as he gets down on the bottom. Trouble. Sean Paul Lehman goes around in the 28. There's another car, I think, or debris floating down at the bottom of the racetrack. So the caution flag comes out with 4 laps complete.
Not real sure what happened down there, but I tell you what, Dustin Mooney working his way up through there. Florio has moved up quite a bit now, up in the top 4. Florio doesn't race a lot lately. There you go. Got a couple of cars off. Tim Carmen going off. I believe we got all the damaged carnage off.
Like attrition right there, shaking out anybody that's going to go to the pack. The 28 car to the back of the pack, that is Sean Paul Lehman. As we get set for a Texas two-step restart, it is still Marcus Harcrow in car number 29 up at the front of the pack. Dustin Mooney down on the inside in car number 5. And we're setting ourselves up, Joe, here for a little classic finish right here. When you get Harcrow and Mooney involved right here, and then you've got more. Still, 17 to go.
Classic finish with 17 to go. So,
well,
it's going to be a green, white, checker.
I mean, we're going green flag the rest of the way. We are going green flag the rest of the way.
But you're right. We got a lot of really fast cars now. They're kind of shuffling themselves out. Jason Batt now up into the top 6, 7. Dustin Mooney, Papa George Egbert. A lot of fast cars right there. So, but Allison Moore still out front. 29, Harcrow. 29, actually Harcrow will be out front. Morris will be in third. Dustin Mooney in second.
Here we go. They're all in line. Lights are out around the racetrack. Nathan Lavender in control there in the birdcage. Marcus Harcrow takes the field down into turn number 3. He will be set. Mooney is there. Morris up on the top side on the gas. Here comes Harcrow. Green and going once again here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Marcus Harcrow out of the box on the brake. Down into turn number 1. 2 car lengths is his advantage. There's Mooney down on the bottom. Allison Morris up on the top side. Look at Allison working up on the top side. That 94A works anywhere tonight. That car, wherever she points it, it goes. Thomas Hall right there, but here comes the acrobat, Jason Batt, all the way from the back as they work up on Ken Plonsky in the 4K. The action is all behind Dustin Mooney, or behind Marcus Harcrow. Got one car up against the fence there. That's Ken Plonsky. Let's see if he can get down to the bottom. Plonsky just kind of drifting up along the wall. Hopefully he'll be able to get down to the bottom. Here we go. The action happening back there for third. Here's Thomas Hall going down to the bottom. Allison Moore's trying to hang on. Oh my goodness, Joe. Here we go. Here comes Batt. Batt going down to the bottom. 3 wide down into the corner. Oh my goodness. Oh, so close right there.
Jason Batt getting underneath Thomas Hall, but just can't make it stick. Has to put on the binders a little bit. It's going to be Marcus Harcrow out front, followed by Mooney, followed by Hall. It's going to be Allison Morse up on the top side, Jason Batt down on the bottom side, and Chris Florio in the 21.
Looks like a flat for Papa George Egbert. He may have a right front that has gone down. There is a 70. So there is one of your big-time contenders. Papa George Egbert will head to the pits as they race along. Marcus Harcrow checking out from the field. Dustin Mooney, Thomas Hall, the 9 of Jason Batt. Here comes Chris Florio down on the bottom. This time by for Marcus Harcrow. Another lap in the books, and he leads this time by 1.637 seconds over the second place car. Everybody working down to the bottom of the racetrack. These guys are all jumbled up down there, Joe. This is letting Harcrow just check out and haul in the mail.
He likes it when they race behind him. That's just going to give him a little more clean air. Marcus Harcrow has that 29 machine figured out on the bottom of the racetrack, making it rotate, gets over on the right front, gets over on the right rear. A lot of driving the left rear, driving that car off on the gas down the back straightaway will be the 29, followed by the 5 of Mooney and a 114 of Hall, and then out Jason Batt in the top 4. And then out Allison Morris in the 94, and now 21 of Chris Florio running 6th.
Tell you what, you still have to give a really good call there to Allison Morris. She is racing with so much experience right there with Harcrow, Batt, Mooney, Hall, all of these guys. Chris Florio, so much experience right there at the front of the pack, and Allison Morris running around right there. She currently runs in the 3rd spot. Here is Harcrow down at the bottom of the racetrack, another lap this time by. It'll be 10 laps to go. 10 to go this time by as we are halfway home here in your Browning iStock main event. These are the iStock side by side down into corner number 1. This is your battle for 3rd. Here is Jason Batt. Makes the pass right there as he makes the pass on Thomas Hall Jr. He is now up on the podium. You can watch Batt working down at the bottom. Here's Batt right behind Dustin Mooney. They make their way around, and it is Harcrow once again. You see our speed shot on Speed Pass as they flash by here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, but it is Harcrow down on the bottom. He continues to maintain that advantage. Everybody working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Florio now begins to put the heat on Allison Morris as they work. That is your battle for position number 5.
Yeah, but the position right now is number 2 as Jason Batt right on the bottom of Dustin Mooney. Dustin Mooney not making any mistakes. Batt has lived all of his life on the bottom waiting for somebody to skate up out of the way. I've seen him do it at Abilene. Big races over there, 1,000, 2,000 to win in the stock cars, waiting for Dustin Mooney to skate up and let Jason Batt get underneath him. But that's not going to be what happens tonight, or not so far at least. But still out front, Marcus Harcrow an impressive show. 8 laps right now to go for the 29-watt of Marcus Hargrove.
And you can see those brakes glowing right there on car number 9. That is the trait. That is the signature right there with the Acrobat Jason Batten. You watch those rear brakes as he uses that trail brake right there as he works along the bottom of the racetrack. But as Joe talked about, waiting for Mooney to slip up. But Dustin Mooney working at the bottom of the racetrack. He has not flinched. He has not made a mistake. Here's Batten maybe taking a peek up on the top side. Nothing doing right there. He'll get back in line once again as Hargrove leads onto the back straightaway they go. That time they knocked a couple of tenths off. It was 1.406 seconds. Here is the 29 car. So now Hargrove working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Great line that we're seeing here from Hargrove. He'll go down to the bottom of the racetrack as he sails in. Looks like he's out of the gas a little bit sooner right there. But here he goes once again as he's starting to change the dynamic of how he's driving the car, Joe. Here with 5 laps to go, but the battle is right behind him. Here comes the Acrobat.
And that's what happens when you get out front and we start getting, towards the end of the race. You get defensive, you get concerned. You hear every little noise in that race car. You feel every little vibration. Is this going to break? Is this going to break? Am I doing right? Do I need to change my line? Marcus Hargrove has such a lead right now. Just drive the same race, son, and you'll be all right. But now, Dustin Mooney on the bottom. Jason Batt going to pick up on the top side. Try to diamond it down, drive underneath Dustin Mooney this time, but can't make it happen. Mooney just too good and too consistent for Jason Batt to get by. We got 16 down, 4 laps to go as we are going down the back straightaway. It's still going to be Marcus Hargrove out front, followed by Dustin Mooney, Jason Batt, Thomas Hall, Chris Florio, and then the 94 of Allison Morris, and into C3 of Birmingham.
Tell you what, Mooney is hitting every cutoff point, doing everything that he needs to do to keep Jason Batt behind him, as that is the spot on the racetrack. Here's Batt. Maybe he'll take a peek once again. They had 2 to go that time by. Onto the back straightaway they go. It is Hargrove as Hargrove takes the field down into corner number 3. He has led from the get-go, and here he is once again maintaining that 2.5 lead. 3/8 of a mile to go right here for the driver of car number 29. One more time around for Marcus Hargrove. Let's see if Jason Batt can do something with Dustin Mooney. Onto the back straightaway they go. Here they come. It is Mooney in the 5. He leads by half a car length over the 3rd place car. That is your battle for second. Checkered flag in the air right here. Car number 29. It is Marcus Hargrove, your winner here tonight in the Browning iStocks. Dustin Mooney, Jason Batt, Thomas Hall, Chris Florio, rounding out the top 5. Browning iStocks. Another great show here tonight. And it is Marcus Hargrove in that fast-moving car, number 29. New car for Hargrove this year, and he punches another win. And he does it here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway in nice fashion as he holds off some of the best in the state, in the region, to park it in Craig's Victory Lane. Here is the rest of your top 4. 4th place tonight, Thomas Hall in the 114. 3rd place, car number 9, it is the Acrobat, Jason Batt. Your runner-up tonight in car number 5, it is Dustin Mooney, the driver of the 5. But all the accolades will go to this guy making his way out of corner number 4. It is car number 29. Another big win for Marcus Hargrove. This will be a fun interview as we get ready to head down to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane. And we'll talk to Joe with the winner here tonight at CBS.
$29 Marcus Hargrove out of that. Let's go. Get it. Go. He wants another 10 laps. Sign that. Throw it to a kiddo. Don't kill anybody. Yeah. I got to eat a little bit of crow. I'm giving you a lot of crap about not being able to drive slick. Last night you went from the back, second, third, fourth, top four. Tonight, dominating feature out there. Straight away, buddy. Straight away.
I didn't know where they were. I just kept reminding myself, hit your mark, hit your mark. I mean, yes, it's been a struggle. We spent a lot in the off season, a lot of money in the off season to be able to do just that. And I got to thank my wife. She rides me. I mean, first critic. She hey, what's wrong with this thing? She me every week, and yeah, the mic cut out, so you don't. All you heard is what she rides me. But yeah, you know, we fight, we argue, but this is why. It's so that we can be here in Victory Lane. Yeah. But I got to thank some of my sponsors. It's only the second win this year. You know, it's hard to believe that we've only been here twice. I got to thank 29 Enterprises. I got to really give it up to JP Dow, GRT. He helped me this afternoon. We were a little off last night. We weren't off tonight. The car did exactly what we wanted it to do. I got to give it up to him. Midtex Towing and Recovery in Killeen. Hardy Henderson. Yeah, and my wife, again, thank you. Love you.
Thanks for riding him, Stephanie. Thanks for riding him. That is Marcus Harker, the 29, your iStock winner.
That is not a bad thing, my friend. That is not a bad thing at all.
He said it's good to see you, Rodney.
Marcus, my man, well done, brother. Well done. Dominating fashion for the driver of that 29.
He'll be going over to Craig's Victory Lane, get his pictures, get his trophy. Again, Craig's Victory Lane, always a big supporter here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Rodney, we got something special happening right now. We're going to be bringing a 54M Todd McLemore up here in the Sport Mods. No. Too late. Especially.
Here's Todd McLemore, the driver of car number 54. Joe is down there with him. Magnum Custom Trailers all the years. I mean, Magnum, I'll tell you, for as many years as I've been around racing, and it's been a lot. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, even though I try to live like one. The Magnum name has been synonymous with racing, and it will be. It will continue to be. Magnum Custom Trailers so many years, whether it was at Longhorn or Kyle, Thunder Hill, CTS, whatever you want to call it. And now here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, Joe, and this is kind of a bittersweet night for the driver of car number 54M.
Bittersweet for the 54M. Todd said, let's just go race, damn it. I don't want to get out. 40 years helping out racetracks across Central Texas, from Longhorn days to the old Kyle days. So the McLemore name, if you need a trailer, go to Magnum Trailer. Good luck to everybody in the 54, your final ride in the racetrack. Todd McLemore will be the Good job, buddy. Thank you. Good luck. Last night for 4M.
There he is. He's done it all. He has done it all. And Todd, the final ride here tonight for Todd McLemore as we get set to go Sport Mods on the track. Your starting lineup. On the pole out of Porter, car number 38, it's Jackie Davis. On the outside, out of Del Valle, the 32 is Robert Stewart. Row 2 on the inside, out of Anderson, Texas, it's David Leger Jr. On the outside, out of San Antone, it is Tommy Grothrews. Row 3 on the inside, out of San Antonio, Anthony Gordon. On the outside, out of Belton, it's James Honish in the 777. Next row down on the inside out of Coppers Cove, Taylor Florio. On the outside out of Weberville, it's Heath Stewart. Next row down on the inside, Coppers Cove's own Jason Hubert. On the outside out of Franklin, it's Steady Joe Maple. Next row down on the inside out of Salado, it's G.W. Egbert. On the outside out of China Grove, it's Trent Beaver. Next row inside, Rookie Smith in the 21S. On the outside out of Bryan in the R3W, it's Rick Wolf. Following row down on the inside out of Beautiful Canyon Lake, it is car number 7, Kevin Parker. On the outside out of Round Rock, my hometown, in the 7Q, it is Stephen Bortello. Following row out of Huffman, car number 73D, it is Jacob Hortz. On the outside out of Buda, the 28 of Rowdy Chenard. Not sure if Rowdy's able to make the call. Don Painter out of Austin, Dennis Hanley, Todd McLemore for a final time, David Meredith out of Gonzales. Go Apaches. Green flag. We're off and racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway with your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Off we go. Front of the pack, Robert Stewart from the outside of the front row. He will take the field down into turn number 3 for the first time. There is a 38 behind him, Jackie Davis. Here comes Leger. Caution flag on the track. Caution flag on the track. It is Don Painter. Don Painter, turn number 2, Joe. That's not the spark Don's looking for.
No, and looking at that right front on our Race on Texas screen, it doesn't look good for the right front. But it looked like that in the heat race too, if I remember correctly. So maybe that's the super secret setups by Don.
Maybe so. Just lay that thing way out.
Just lay it in there. It's a 98-degree bank that we're racing on.
Yeah. Take a look at it right there. So don't know if he might have made contact with the wall. So not the start we were looking for. Still 20 laps to go here with the Sport Mods. Another good start there by Stewart, but all for naught. Re-rack, restack, do it again.
Re-rack, restack. Here we go. Do-si-do. Feel like I'm at a barn dance now. Do-si-do. Grab your partner and do-si-do. Come on down here and see old Joe.
Good.
Is that how it goes?
Good old hoedown.
Yeah.
Joe, we got to talk about Todd McLemore right there.
Here comes a replay right here.
Okay, let's take a look at that. Coming up on Speed Pass. Here we go.
Part
down
of it.
On the restart.
We get all of it.
There's a start. Off they go. You see Painter goes around kind of at the end of it.
That's more than I saw. I'll be honest, Rodney. That's more than I saw. Rodney.
I saw it sideways is all I saw. But we do got to talk about that Magnum or the McLemore family, Joe. It's just so many years, like we always say. I mean, we've all done business with them. I mean, they are. When you think trailers, doesn't matter if it's utility trailer, cargo trailer, whatever it is, repair, new, used, whatever it is. Magnum keeps you rolling.
Well, I'll be honest, Rodney. I run a lot of junk in my business. A lot of stuff we just piece it together. And when I got a bearing goes out or a brake backing plate that goes out or whatever, I can go to Magnum and go, hey, I've got this 1978 model trailer. And they're like, well, do you have the part? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, that's 14-278, and that's what you need. They are the most intelligent trailer people that you'll ever run across. So I believe there's 3 locations, one in Georgetown, one up at the 4 Points, and then one down in San Antonio, if I remember correct. You know all the exits, Rodney, but I know that they're all there. I've been to them. But the place to go, whether you're buying a new trailer or you're piecing together your old hauler or whatever it is, Magnum Custom Trailers, McLemore family, supporting racing throughout Central Texas for 40-plus years, Todd told me, 40-plus years, almost as long as you've been alive.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. Magnum keeps you rolling those 3 great locations. MagnumTrailers.com. Here we go. Sport Mods once again. We get set to go. Jackie Davis on the point. Robert Stewart on the outside. Total restart. Leger is right there on the inside of row number 2. We are locked and loaded. Guns a-blazing. Here we go. Green flag. We're racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Sport Mods. Jackie Davis. Great start this time. It is a 38 sails to the top of the racetrack. Here's Leger down to the bottom. Leger trying to get the run down on the bottom, but Jackie Davis, a little bit of a block right there. Really nice move right there. That's how you slow momentum down right there.
Well, and that's the advantage of having one start that kind of doesn't go the way you want it to go. You saw what you did wrong and what that guy did right. Next time by, you take that line from that guy. You don't drive him in the wall or you don't drive him in the tire, but you just gently take that. you just gently take that line, we got the 73 up in the top of exit of 4, but he is off and into the infield. Looks like the right front is broken. It's still going to be Jackie Davis out front by the 9 of Leger, and now that's going to be the Gordon in the top 3, and now Robert Stewart trying to claw his way back up. Stewart loved that first start, had a straightaway almost on the field on one lap, but all for naught as we had a caution.
And here comes James Honish in the 777 down at the bottom of the racetrack. James right there as he works in the 5th spot. Right behind him, side-by-side battle down on the bottom out of San Antonio. It's Tommy Grothus. Up on the top side out of Weberville, it's Heath Stewart. They run side-by-side. That is your battle for the 6th spot. And now Honish taking a peek down on the inside. You're exactly right, Joe. Talk about roll of the dice right there. Stewart on that first start. A little bit of contact there. That's Grothus right into the tire. He's just going to keep going. He just kind of shoves it aside.
Like a bulldozer.
Racing. Absolutely.
That's a tough bumper. He bulldozered it and didn't even mess up the bumper.
Is that how you do it?
Well, yeah, but I have an actual bulldozer.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't have a sport one. I have
exactly
an actual bulldozer.
Here we come. Here's Leger down at the bottom of the racetrack. Jackie Davis trying to hold on. Gordon up on the top side. Throw a blanket over him. Here they are. Leger, man, that car sticks down to the bottom. Jackie Davis, man. Davis in that 38. That 38 car has tremendous drive off of the corner. Here's Gordon up to the top side as riding around the bottom is Leger, but exploring the outside opportunities is Anthony Gordon in the 22. Now sets his sights on Jackie Davis in the 38.
Watch Gordon. Gordon is one of those racers, and I love these racers. They know they can't make the top side work in lap 1 or 2 or 3. They've got to throw those marbles off that top. They got to throw that dust off. Give me 3-4 laps up there. We're going to throw that off, lay a little bit of rubber down, and we're going to have a fast hot rod up on the top side. Watch Anthony Gordon up on the top side. This is lap 3 up on the top, and he's gone from 3rd to 2nd, and now he's closing in on 1st. Diving it down, driving it down, trying to get under Davis, but still Davis up on the top, on the bottom, and it'll be Gordon up on the top side, Leger on the bottom, Robert Stewart, followed by the 14 of, cousin Heath Stewart, and then it's going to be the 777 of James Honish.
Already a winner one time tonight is Gordon. Here he is working on the back straightaway. We go up to the top side as you check in on Speed Pass. Here is Gordon. Let's see what he does here. He's going to go to the top once again. Jackie Davis down at the bottom. Leger is right there. Now Leger exploring the outside opportunities. Here we go. Turn number 1, they go. It looks like one car off of the racetrack, but we stay clean and green. This next time by, we're going to be halfway home. Here is Gordon going down to the bottom. Crossover move down to the bottom. Into turn number 3 at the door. It is Anthony Gordon side by side. Jackie Davis up on the top side. Out of the turn. Oh my goodness, how close can you get? Here they come. Anthony Gordon right there on the wheels. Jackie Davis on the wheel tonight.
Yeah, but Gordon gave up a little bit right there. He could have driven it in, door slammed him a little bit, but he did rattle the cage. And that's going to let now Gordon up on the top side get by Davis. He's still staying up top, though. Even though he passed him, he could have cut down. Did not. It's going to be Gordon down the front straightaway by 2 car lengths now. Is your new race leader over Davis, and then follow in 3rd is going to be Leger.
Behind them, you got Robert Stewart in the 32. Heath Stewart in the 14. James Honish, the cousins battling right there. Trying to take a peek down on the inside was Heath Stewart. Robert Stewart didn't slam the door on him, but a little bit of a hiccup there from Heath Stewart as you check out the speed shot on Speed Pass. Here they come, the leaders making their way. We are past the halfway point. They have 8 laps to go that time by. Onto the back straightaway, diamond in those corners. Using that banking right there. The 22 of Anthony Gordon in cruise control right now as he races along. Leger hanging on to the 3rd spot. Down to the bottom of the racetrack, kind of bottom feeding a little bit is Jackie Davis. Nice square straight corners for the 38 car. Let's see if Leger is going to be able to navigate around the top side. Robert Stewart, Heath Stewart, James Honish, Taylor Florio, Joe Maple, G.W. Egbert. That is how they run behind him. Onto the back straightaway they go, Joe. 3-car breakaway. Now the battle shaping up for second. Here comes Leger to the top side.
Leger up on the top side, saw what Anthony Gordon could do up there. We got one around in 1 and 2, but they are still rolling. Gordon now rolling right through the middle of the track, not the bottom, not the top, but Davis still on the very bottom. Leger experimenting a little bit up there. Leger, you got to be patient, buddy. You got to be patient up there on there. You got to let it work. Let's see if we roll right through the middle there. Now back on the gas, down the throttle, on the floor. Let's see if we can get by Davis. We have 5 laps to go this time by.
Into the night for Todd McLemore as he rolls around down in the infield, so that will be the last ride for Todd McLemore in the 54. Are they really ever done, though?
We're never done.
You're never done. Absolutely never done. Here we come around. 4 to go this time for Anthony Gordon in car number 22M as he leads once again down the front straightaway into the corner. Back straightaway they go. The action happening right there behind him. You've got the 38 of Davis, the 9 of Leger, the 32 and the 14 of the Stewarts. You got Hanisch right there to the inside. Taylor Florio, Joe Maple trying to work behind them. That is your battle for the 6th spot. Onto the back straightaway they go. That really is the hot spot right there as you got the battle for 6. Florio down on the bottom. Trent Beaver off of the racetrack in the 14. He'll go down to the infield. And here is McLemore. Safety crew coming over to the 54 car. We'll check the action happening right there, but here's the battle. You got Robert Stewart in the 32. Heath Stewart going to the outside. 2 to go that time by for Anthony Gordon in the 22. Trying to win 2 of them here tonight. We talked to him on the pre-race show. He almost swept here the last time out. We talked to him on the Alpha One Chevrolet Buick pre-race show. He was hungry tonight. He wanted to make up for that missed opportunity. White flag in the air, and here he is, less than 3/8 of a mile from sweeping his races here tonight. Onto the back straightaway he goes. Lots of lappers coming up in front of him, but it is Gordon as he'll take it down into turn number 3. Jackie Davis on the gas. American and checkered flag coming out right here. Anthony Gordon taking it to the pay window twice here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Jackie Davis comes home second. David Leger, the cousins battle. It is Heath Stewart for 4th. Robert Stewart rounding out the top 5 here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. And it is Anthony Gordon. Does it to it tonight 2 times. And he will head to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane. All in designs, this guy right here. And there is that Buck Fever special paint scheme that we talked about. It is painted up just like a dragster. Just like a dragster. And there it is, a little bit of ding right there to the right rear. But other than that, there is the rest of your top 5. We'll check out your top 4. 4th place tonight, car number 14. That is Heath Stewart. 3rd place tonight in car number 9. It is David Leger. 2nd place car, good run for car number 38. It's Jackie Davis. But out of the race car, your winner here tonight, double dipping. Put your hands together for Anthony Gordon. And we will head down to air traffic control, Mr. Joe Spillman.
For the second out of the race car, Anthony Gordon, the 2nd time tonight. You should be on every pre-show with Rodney Rodriguez.
Both races.
Both. Cody's right over here. Back up, back up. Right here, to the left, to the left. All right, here we go. Both races ended up well tonight. You were in the pre-race show with Rodney Rodriguez. Good job tonight, Anthony.
Thank you. Rodney, are you going to be here on the 7th? I could really use that other interview.
Man, I tell you what, I think I will be here for that, dude. We got to do it again, my man.
Sounds like a plan.
Everybody's going to be buying spots to be interviewed about Rodney. Anybody you want to thank in the Sport Mod tonight, buddy? A dominating factor out there.
John and Ann Armindia, Alamo City Motorplex, Race on Texas, R&M Installs, RTM Construction, CCT Compressions, Victoria Auto Auction, Baja, First Call, Leasing, Victoria Auto Auction. I probably already said them. I don't know.
Everybody that's on that race car, read those names down there. That's what you need to do. So, and I'll tell you what, it's nice to interview somebody the same height as me. That's nice.
Hey, when they were adjusting the camera, they said this is going to be perfect for me and you.
Perfect. All right, there it is. Anthony Gordon at 22M. That is Sport Mod winner. Give it up. There you go. That works. Good job, buddy. Go to Craig's Victory Lane. Get your pictures. Get your trophy. Great job. The 22M. Anthony Gordon.
So Joe did good for Anthony Gordon tonight, but I did not do good for Kinsey Van Diver. So it'll be a matter of who you ask on that stuff tonight. Final race of the night. Here we go. Lineup is set. It is your Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds, your starting lineup. On the point, out of Magnolia. In the 22, it is Troy Seidel. On the outside, out of Magnolia once again, it is James Bohannon III. Row two on the inside. Out of Taylor, it is Chris Morris in the 94. On the outside, out of Round Rock, in the 17, Code Red, Cody Tidwell. Row 3 on the inside. Out of Seguin, in the 14T, it's Talon Minton on the outside. In the 163, out of Harker Heights, it is Hard Time Hardy Henderson. Row 4 on the inside. Out of Buda, in the 48R, it's Raymond McSpadden on the outside, current point leader here in the Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds. Here in the Summer Series, it is Derek Scott Jr. Row 5 on the inside. Out of Killeen, in the 715, it's J.P. Dowell on the outside. Out of Pflugerville, in the 55, it is Alan Dean rounding out the pack. Out of Huffman in the 95, it is Lightning McGreen. Showing him one this time by as we race 20-lap main event here for the Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds. Here they come around. Lights are out around the racetrack as we get set. Final main event of the night, Summer Showdown Series night number 2, presented by Advance Auto Parts. On the gas, here we go. They are set to go. Seidel sets a point into the start zone. Green and going one last time here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. 3 wide contact there. Morris down on the inside. It is a 26. Bohannon up on the top side. He will try to get the drive. Code Red, Cody Tidwell with a massive move. Here comes Talon Minton down to the inside. Onto the back straightaway they go. Here comes Chris Morris trying to battle back down on the bottom. Power move down into the corner. They stack it up behind him. You got Scott. You got McSpadden. Here they come around. Minton rides in the second spot. Bohannon is there side by side as Morris rides right there behind him. Derek Scott down on the bottom. Joe, they stack them 3 deep onto the back straightaway.
3 deep as they go down the back straightaway, but it's still going to be Code Red, Cody out front, Talon Minton in second. Now Morris peeks underneath Talon Minton. Going to see if he can make it stick there for place number 2, but it's still going to be Talon Minton by a half a car length.
20-lap main event here for the Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds. Chris Morris is there. Talon Minton up on the top side. Minton trying to get the drive off of the hill. Trouble turn number 2. As you got Hard Time Hardy Henderson, James Bohannon, and Lightning McGreen all coming sideways out of corner number 2. 2 laps complete. Caution flag. And Cody Tidwell will back it up. Code Red checking out from the pack, Joe, but now you got Chris Morris right there, and you got Talon Minton going to be right on the back bumper of the driver out of Round Rock, Texas. Got the replay presented by Speed Pass. You have Bohannon going around. So Bohannon up into the 3rd shelf. 26 car goes around. It looks like the 163 of Hard Time Hardy Henderson on the binders right there trying to stop. Nowhere to go. Has to get on the brakes. Spin to avoid by McGreen. And that's how all of that shakes out right there. So Bohannon gets up to the middle of the racetrack. Looks like Bohannon just maybe not back on the gas quick enough right there. As you take one more look, he's way up on the binders. And just nothing you can do right there but hold on.
Looked like the 26 of Bohannon just got in a little bit hot. Collected a Hard Time Hardy Henderson and 95 of McGreen. Nowhere to go. Says, I'm going to turn it sideways and not crash anybody. All right, here we go. We're going to get one to go. What a crystal clear picture there from Race on Texas. Like I'm here. What a great shot. Good job, Chris David. Race on Texas. Speed Pass, $39.99. Watch all the races from all week, all month long. Pick Cotton Bowl Speedway as your home track. Half that money comes back to the racetrack. So great job, Race on Texas, Chris David. Now,
tell you what, Joe, we got to give it to Rodney back here. Not me, Rodney back here.
The real Rodney.
The real one, the one that's really doing something back here, twisting and tweaking the dials, man. This is some great replay and great work that he is doing. Here we come. Code Red, Cody Tidwell on the gas. We are racing once again. 2 laps complete, 18 laps to go. Let's watch it shake out. Here is Morris going down to the bottom, up to the top. Here is Talon Minton. Chris Morris sticks that nose in there, but man, look at that drive off of the corner. Cody Tidwell, he just has his car blazing right now.
Cody Tidwell got that GRT car by Dow figured out. 17 down on the bottom side. Last week, dominating feature there by the 17 of Code Red. But now Chris Morris down on the bottom side trying to make it work. And up on the top side, trying to work on the outside is the... Oh, that's a 14 of Talon Minton up on the top side. And 01 of Derek Scott on the bottom. Raymond McSpad now throwing his hat in the top 5. But it's still going to be Cody Tidwell out front, Chris Morris, Talon Minton, Derek Scott, Raymond McSpad, and JP Dow now up in the top 6.
Gotta love this battle that you're seeing right here as they race around. It is Code Red, Cody Tidwell. The action is side by side. Derek Scott in the not one down on the bottom, and here is Talon Minton up on the top side. Minton working up in the third groove as they make their way down the front straightaway once again. It is 15 to go that time by. Check that, 16 to go as your race leader continues to be. Now they start to bunch it up there behind them. You're going to get these 3 cars. If they get to racing, Joe, that's what Code Red wants.
Yeah,
he wants these guys to start racing. He's going to check out.
Exactly. That'll just let him check out. Chris Morris now in second. Derek Scott, Talon Minton, Raymond McSpad, JP Dow, the 1 of Hardy Henderson, now back up in the top 8.
Well, I got to tell you, Joe, these Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds and this track right here, this is a big modified track right here. These wide straightaways, these high bank turns, to see these modifieds running around right here. And I continue to be impressed throughout the year that Marianne and Age, everybody here with Man Racing Promotions continues to draw in so many modifieds.
Well, not only that, but the track conditions. We've had snow. We had snow pocketland, for God's sakes, and we got through that. We didn't have a terrible track. We've had rain. We've had 3-4 inches of rain on a Monday, race on a Saturday on a very smooth, slick racetrack. And what they have done with this racetrack surface compared to what it's been in the years past has been 180 degrees. We used to dread coming here in the years past because it was rough, it was rutted up. No longer. It is like glass out there. It is slick. You can see the reflection of the race cars. It is smooth. It's a driver's track. It's not a motor track. Don't put 800 horsepower. You only need 4. But this is what drivers yearn for. This is what they want. We had a few more cars that would jump to the top side, just like we saw Anthony Gordon do. We'd have a little better racetrack. They'd lay down a little bit of rubber up on the top side. But so many drivers are just getting right down on the bottom, and that's it. That's where they're racing at. But still, it's going to be out front, Cody Tidwell, followed by Chris Morris, Derek Scott, and then it's going to be Talon Minton in your top 4.
Halfway home that time by, Cody Tidwell is your leader in car number 17. That time he led by exactly 2 seconds. 2.04 over Chris Morris and Derek Scott Jr. in the 0-1. That battle for second as you check in on Speed Pass. RaceOnTexas.com. Live here from Paige, Texas at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Chris Morris in the 94, the 0-1 of Derek Scott Jr. That is your battle for the second spot. You got about 2 car lengths in between them. Looks like Scott with a nice drive into the corner, but when they hit the straightaway, they're both working down at the bottom. You see our speed shot right there as they make their way down in. It's Morris down the straightaway, maybe Scott a little bit better in the corner as he's able to get the drive through the corner, arcs the car really nice, but when they hit the straightaway, you see Morris drive away from there, and that is the difference right there as those two. You got one better down the straightaway, you got one better in the corners. That's why that interval stays the same.
Yeah, and a lot of times the corner entry will really mess up your corner exit. We got one that went off there. I'm not the 00 going off, pulling off out of the race, but if you're so good on entry, sometimes it will mess up your exit. If you're so good through the middle, it'll help your exit. So Scott right on the bumper there of Chris Morris, but checks up a little bit, keeps from turning him, and that's going to still let Cody Tidwell out front by about a half a straightaway, 3/4 of a straightaway now.
Actually leaned on him just a little bit right there. You can actually see a little bit of damage right there on that left rear quarter panel. The 94, nothing intentional right there. They're just carrying so much momentum as they drive these cars deep into the corner. They are side by side once again. Morris up on the top side, Scott coming down on the bottom. Code Red, Cody Tidwell checking out, a little bit of a slip. Here's Scott down on the bottom, side by side. Contact out of turn number 2. Here they go down into turn number 3. Derek Scott, you see that rear end shift where he's diving that car in there. Here they come out of the corner. I just love these modifieds. Side by side, Scott on the bottom, Morris up on the top side. That time by 4 laps to go. Derek Scott Jr. trying to work on the bottom. Morris trying to carry the momentum up on the top side. Good drive off of the hill, making their way down the back straightaway, wheel to wheel down into the corner. Morris trying to hold him off. Here comes Scott back down. Scott's going to try to drive it off the corner. Morris slips up momentarily, free and clear to the second spot. It's Derek Scott Jr.
Just nothing but pure patience right there by Derek Scott. Never, I mean, he got into him a little bit, but nothing to upset the car. It's sheet metal, it's aluminum, but sheer patience. Lap after lap after lap of just consistency. And finally, Morris slipped up a little bit, let Scott get underneath him, and then Scott dragged racing down the front straightaway, and eventually he cleared him, but it's still going to be Cody Tidwell. Now Code Red up into Lightning McGreen, up into the lap traffic. See if he can get by the 95. Here he goes up through the middle of the racetrack. Somewhere he may not have been in this century, but it's going to be the white flag this time for my buddy, Code Red.
Code Red on the gas that time by. He leads, and that is a very comfortable lead right now. That advantage is 3.607 seconds. On the back straightaway, the driver out of Round Rock, Texas, diving it down into turn number 3. He will go wire to wire. He's going to punch a ticket tonight here at the Summer Showdown Series race number 2, presented by Advance Auto Parts, Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds. It's Code Red, Cody Tidwell. Derek Scott comes home second, followed by Chris Morris, Talon Minton, rounding out the top 5. It is Raymond McSpadden. J.P. Dowell comes home 6th here tonight in the Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds. Nothing like a big mod race to round out an exciting night of action here at Cotton Bowl. Coming up on Saturday night, August the 7th. All of this bonus money that we've been talking about. Will be divvied out between all of these classes. We settle it out on August the 7th. There may be money that's coming, more money that's coming into that pot. We talked about it. $9,344 that will be rewarded as we crown Summer Showdown Series champions on Saturday night, August the 7th. Here is your top 4. 4th place, car number 14T out of Seguin. It is Talon Minton. In the 94, out of Taylor, 3rd place tonight, it is Chris Morris. Out of Franklin in the 01, your runner-up, it is Derek Scott Jr. Parking it in victory lane here tonight. What a drive. The driver of car number 17, coming out of the place I reside from, Round Rock, Texas. Round Rock is for lovers. It is Code Red, Cody Tidwell, the winner here tonight. We're heading down to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane with Joe Spillman.
Cody Tidwell testing out the chip on the chip on the burn. Pretty sure Pops is not. Well, I'm trying. Hello. All right. Come on, son. Get out of that race car. He's in the car. Get up there. Give it up, Cody Tidwell. All right. Jimmy, you want me to give him his ass tune, or are you going to take it for him? You'll get in a little bit. We don't need to test the rod bolts on the burnout, buddy.
Sure we do. We all do.
I tell you what, that's pretty dominant. That's 2 in a row here tonight, buddy. Great job, Code.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I was worried about the start there with Chris and Derek and Hardy being so close. I knew we had to get it and go, and when they pushed going into one, I was like, all right, here we go. So I shoved it in there and hoped it stuck, and it did.
Awesome. Anybody you want to thank tonight?
Yeah. Sign that. I won't.
We want to thank Mom. We want to thank McSpadden Automotive.
Jimmy Tidwell. We got to thank Dad here. Shannon, my fiance, she actually made it out for this.
Wait, she's here tonight? And you won? You made it tonight and he won?
I think this is her second one. But we got to thank the Morris family, AMT Concrete, ACM Services, McSpadden Tire and Automotive, Design Welding and Fabrication, the Dohertys. They're great people. They're always over there cheering us on. So, and JP Dow with GRT Race Cars.
Awesome. Sign that. Let's get it to kiddos. I have 7 adult passes for Heart of Texas next Friday night. Don't forget, Rodney, our next summer series, night number August 7th. Be back here August 7th. Once again, I got 7 more passes for Heart of Texas. So be sure to use them. Here will be yours.
What a night as we race night number 2. We crown all of our Summer Showdown Series champions right back here on Saturday night, August the 7th, on Facebook at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Additional information, racecbs.com. Thank you all for being a part of the show here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you, everybody, checking in on Speed Pass. On behalf of Marianne and H.E. Nauman, the entire staff of Man Racing Promotions, for Joe Spillman, my name is Rodney Rodriguez. Hope you enjoyed the action. We will see you back here on Saturday, August the 7th. Be well on your drive home, everybody. Take care of each other. We're all we got. Be nice to someone. You never know what they're going through. You're going to feel better as well afterwards. We'll see you in the pits. Good night, everybody.